right? I can put on my... Good morning again, Dr. America.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for indulging us on this Thursday morning. It is now 5 minutes and 55 seconds, so we are in time. I trust that you are well, ma'am. Thank you so much for availing yourself for this process in terms of your application to serve on the Western Cape Liquor Authority. We appreciate that you have taken the time to submit your application, but also to appear before the Standing Committee. In terms of our role, we have received a number of applicants via the department, and it's our role now to interview those potential candidates and then to make submissions to the Department of Community Safety. So once again, thank you for being here. We are a multi-party committee, and for the record, we have Member Lorraine Botha, Member Masuli Kama, myself, Regan Allen, as the chairperson, as well as Member Gillian Bosman. With us, we also have our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews, who you have received email correspondence from and potentially engaged with. So once again, ma'am, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It is a Thursday. We are asking a set of questions. You would be allowed to answer each question within a time limit of 3 minutes.
Okay.
There will be 4 sets of questions and potentially another question for clarity purposes. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. We can also hear you clearly, members. Are you all in order? We are working on a hybrid system, so the members are in the chamber here. You can see on the feed at the WCPP's chamber feed.
Yes.
And members will now be asking you questions. Our first note, Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Dr. America.
Good morning.
My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
There are a number of responsibilities. The first one would be the administration of applications for liquor licenses, and to see that that is done efficiently and according to the Act. Then there is the communication and education and the stakeholder partnership that they have to enforce. So education plays a big role in that kind of communication. And then obviously there is a financial function where they have to take responsibility for the lodging and the finances that comes into the renewal of licenses and the financial part of issuing the liquor licenses. And then there is compliance and enforcement, where they're also responsible for looking at or doing inspections, the issuing of compliance notices. And obviously there is the corporate services responsibility to oversee the HR function, to see that performance management is in place, to look at the systems and processes in terms of, for example, information technology, and to see that there is a proper and efficient record keeping, which means that record management becomes important as well. So I would think that, oh yes, and then there's the enforcement of the law, the liquor tribunal, which look at the judicial aspects of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. So yes, those in my mind would be the key areas of the authority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. America. I'll now hand over to Member Botha.
Good morning, Dr. America.
Good morning.
I'd like to know from you, what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed? And then also speak to what would your value add be to the board? Thanks.
Thank you. I have a working record of over 3 decades working with young adults. And my passion is education, but I have other skills as well that I've picked up. So I started out in education. I worked in the private sector as well. I work in the financial services industry for a short while. And I came back to education. So the performance area that I think I could add value because of my experience now in education would be the communications, education, and the stakeholder relations function. So I see the social impact of the irresponsible use of liquor all the time in my work, when I work with these young adults, and especially in the Stellenbosch area where I find myself now. Many of the students' activities are centered around having alcohol as part of these functions. And I witness also how alcohol is abused. I've witnessed how students coming from rural areas all over the country find themselves in a new environment at the university, and then they are being very quickly enforced, sort of. Maybe enforced is too strong a word, but I think you know what I mean, that they're being exposed to these functions where alcohol is a key part of it. And in many cases, these alcohol abuse or the misuse or the irresponsible use of alcohol, permeates the whole study as long as they stay there in that kind of environment. So I see myself having that kind of role where I've witnessed it. I also work in the community and I see the irresponsible use of alcohol. So I think that is a very important part of the skills that I would bring to the authority. And I also see that the kind of interventions that you have already put in place, that I can, with my skills, enforce it more given the opportunity. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for sticking within the time limits. We are now moving over to Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Dr. America. Doctor, just following on from what you've just asked, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the Western Cape Liquor Authority's role and the role it plays specifically in growing the economy? And that relates to the role that liquor plays as an job creator and as an economic activity, and also juxtaposing that with the role that illegal shebeens and taverns play in communities. So in short, what are your thoughts on how the Western Cape Liquor Authority should manage the harms associated with alcohol versus its role in regulating the economic activity in terms of licensing legal liquor outlets in the province?
We all have witnessed alcohol as I listened on the news last night after the president spoke, and one of the guests that was asked to talk about mentioned that South Africa is probably one of the only country that of which alcohol played such an important part in the lockdown regulations, and it becomes a complicated issue in our country because we see alcohol as very much part of an economic industry, and that economic industry should also be stimulated, and there is a place for that. So I don't see the economic revenue generated by the wine industry as something that should be curtailed, as something that should be necessarily regulated or restricted. However, I feel that it should be done in a way that the illegal part of liquor consumption and the irresponsible use of liquor should be curtailed, and stringent methods should be put in place. So now we're referring to the illegal, the selling of alcohol knowingly to minors, or knowingly to people that you know that they're not supposed to resell the alcohol. So those kind of measures should be, and it is in place. The enforcement of if people, don't comply. So we're talking about compliance enforcement. We're looking at risky drinking behavior, and the kind of intervention strategies that can be put in place. So licensing can be revoked of people that make themselves responsible of that. So I see the two as not opposing to restrict the industry in itself, but rather to see that the authority focuses on how that illegal and the management of responsible liquor consumption should actually be. So the focus should be on that rather than regulating the industry in itself. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Botha, Member Bosman. Those are the first three questions. Ma'am, in terms of the responsibilities of the board and the important work that it does, would you be able to commit to all the meetings? The law specifies X amount of meetings must happen every year, but also special meetings can be convened. Considering you are currently a full-time lecturer, are you able to give an overview of how you would be able to fit in the important work and the commitment that the board would require in this important task? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yes, we have fairly flexible working hours. Obviously, my first responsibility would be towards the work that I'm full-time employed with. But given that, we are allowed to use our skills and to reach out in other and other consolidatory kind of roles that we can play. So the university allows for that. And I've done it before in other capacities where I do work, consulting work outside of my normal lecture hours and my research capabilities and what is expected of me. So that is, the university makes provision for us to render whatever service we can in terms of the broader societal impact that we can contribute to, if need be. So in terms of that, I am fairly flexible, and I would work around your schedule. And as long as I'm, obviously informed ahead of time, because we also go on conferences and we present, we make our presentations in terms of the research that we're doing and the work that we're busy with in terms of, my own work at the university. So yes, I would be flexible in terms of that.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We were deliberate in not requesting you to make opening remarks.
Okay.
Because we would want you to make any closing remarks that you would like to open that up to you, if there's any closing remarks that you would like to make. But before your closing remarks, I will double check with the members on the panel. Members, is there any further question for clarity that you would like to ask? We are covered. I just have one question that you could potentially bring into your closing remarks in terms of the current the licensing model, the pricing model. Just this morning at 6:10, I heard on the radio the announcement regarding the pricing model, etc. And the Liquor Authority has developed a roadmap towards differentiated pricing models, which goes from micro manufacturing licenses, on consumption license, off consumption license, etc. If you, in your closing remarks, could potentially share any thoughts about the licensing in that regard, it would be appreciated. But also, if there's any closing remarks that you would like to make at this stage.
In closing, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and I see this as a very valuable contribution to the South African society, that the authority, like the Western Cape Liquor Authority, can use their oversight role to enforce not only the economic spin-offs of responsible consumption of liquor, but also the social ills of the irresponsible consumption of liquor. I must admit, I am not too au fait with the license pricing differentiation, but I would, think that it would be fairly almost standard to have that kind of differentiation because of the different, because of the diversification within the industry itself. And because of that, I would think that it would only make sense to have that kind of price differentiation. So I would stick to do that kind of comment about the pricing differences, but I would really think that the kind of interventions that the Act make provision for, and also the work that has already been done by the authority. I've read your annual report, and I see the fantastic work that has already been done, and so I would only be very, very interested in how I can maybe, if I should be given the opportunity, be part of that kind of work to the betterment of the whole country, and the South African society. So I see that as part of my closing remarks. Thank you.
Dr. America, thank you so much for also indulging us this morning with the slight delay. Thank you for sticking within the time limits. We do appreciate you being here with us, even though it's virtually. And once again, thank you so much for availing yourself for this interview. And we will definitely then proceed with our process, and communication will be sent at a later stage regarding the outcome. But thank you so, so much. And may you have, it seems like the day is only starting now, and you've already had your first interview. So thank you, ma'am.
I would like to thank everybody also for availing themselves to do this interview. Thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Keep well. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Members, do you want to go get a coffee? The person can come back at 4:15. Dr. Bray, am I pronouncing your surname correctly?
That's correct.
I'm glad to hear. I am Regan Allen. I am the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety, dealing with the interviews and applicants in terms of the Liquor Authority. I trust that you are well. Thank you for indulging us for being slightly delayed this morning. We have a multi-party committee, which is made up of various members within the WCPP. To my left, I have member Lorraine Botha, also member Masuli Kama, as well as member Gillian Bosman. We have a set of questions that we will be asking you this morning. You have 3 minutes to answer each question. At the end, I will allow you to make any closing remarks. But also, there may be a possible question for clarity purposes. I trust that you find that in order.
In order. And good morning to everyone.
Thank you so much. I trust also that you've had coffee. We had an early start already, but once again, Doctor, thank you for being here. Thank you for availing yourself. We understand that the work of the Western Cape Liquor Authority is vital and it is extremely important. Hence, we are undergoing this extensive process in the application stage as well as interviewing all potential candidates. So again, thank you for being with us. I'll now hand over directly to member Lorraine Botha to ask the first question.
Good morning. I have not replied on your good morning. Your question from me is, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities for the WCLA board? If you could respond to that, please.
So the responsibility is for us to regulate the retail and the micro manufacturing in the Western Cape, as well as to looking at the harms reduction and ensuring that there's strategic guidance given to the way alcohol is regulated within the Western Cape province.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bray. I'll now hand over to member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Bray. My question would be, what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if appointed, and what would your value add be? Thanks.
Okay, so I am a medical practitioner by trade. I've been in clinical practice for many years. I've also worked in areas where they were strongly affected by the harms of alcohol. And I've been the director of health at the city of Cape Town for the last 3 years. And I was involved with expanding the Matrix site, which was a substance abuse clinics across the city of Cape Town. So when I started at the city, we had 3, and by the time I left the city, we had 8 Matrix sites, which is an outpatient site for substance abuse, and one of them being alcohol as well. And just being the director at many times at my visits and engagements with the staff on the ground, it was clear how the communities had been affected by alcohol. One of the things that I think I would also bring is I'm currently studying my master's in health economics. And just yesterday, in fact, I was in a lecture where we talked about how the alcohol's affected the economy in many ways, besides affecting health. So for me, it would be contributing to ensure that it's not about prohibiting alcohol, but rather regulating it in such a way that we reduce the harms and we ensure that the consumer makes an informed decision. And while manufacturers may punt the fact that they actually help the economy, I think if we look at the sugary taxes, they've come up with reformulation. So it's about them just being innovative in creating a space where we get consumers to be more responsible and also informed as to the harms and how it impacts them, the communities, the families, and individuals. So I do believe I have a wealth of knowledge in just besides being a doctor, but just the experience over the years and knowing what it actually does to communities.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your reply to Member Kama's question. I now note Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Doctor. Doctor, following on from the answer you just gave, which dealt with harms reduction, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the Western Cape Liquor Authority plays in regulating and growing the liquor economy in Western Cape, specifically the role of illegal alcohol sales in community through illegal taverns, etc. How would you speak to, or if you can give us your opinion on the balance between managing the risks associated with alcohol and also the role that alcohol plays as an economic driver and an economic activity for many people? Thank you.
Okay, so as being previously the Director of Health, we've had environmental health inspectors who also go about with regulating and inspecting all these places, including the shebeens. But in a greater scheme of things, I mean, do we really want to target the woman or that single mother out there in the shebeen that's selling the alcohol, or is it actually there's a bigger picture, I believe, and I think whilst we can regulate it, I do think we need it actually helps to fund some of those people. So I don't believe in actually targeting the small. I believe we can regulate them. We can look at communities. For example, I believe the city extends alcohol hours. We can apply criteria as to how those extension of alcohol hours could happen, and that would help to mitigate some of the risk with the smaller shebeens. And from an economic driver, I'm not convinced that it definitely contributes to the economy, but the harms that it actually brings to the economy is far greater than what it actually does from a revenue generation perspective. So yes, we have to strike the balance. And hence my proposal that even as manufacturers, they can look at reformulations and also looking at increasing the age. Where do they actually supply? When a community is relicensing a particular area, you need to look at how, are there schools there? Are there ECDs there? What sort of a community is it? Has that community already showing some sort of vulnerability by the fact that there's alcohol being sold in that space? Do they have access to knowledge around what the harms would be? So I think it's actually geographically looking at each area, looking at where we license it, how we license it, what criteria you actually apply to it. And, even with the sales that there should be, the smaller spaces, looking at whether, for example, when do we license them to trade? Is it on a weekend when families should be together spending time, or should it be trade and should it be late nights where we're seeing all the trauma cases that come into ICU and into the trauma units? So it's definitely striking the balance, but at the same time not penalizing a shebeen owner who may be the sole income. It's probably regulating them and informing them and helping them actually do it in a more responsible way.
Dr. Bray, thank you so much. I will ask one last question. I will also open up for your closing remarks. But before your closing remarks, there might be one or two members that want to ask any question for clarity based on your CV or any question that you have already answered. I would, in terms of the responsibilities of the board and obviously the important work, would you be able to commit to all the meetings and the work of the board? It is understood that X amount of meetings should be scheduled per year, but also special meetings can be convened. So in terms of what you are currently doing and to link that to how you would basically understand that you would be able to be committed to fulfill your role should you be appointed.
I do take this, if I'm actually appointed, I do take the position quite seriously, and I would definitely be making time to attend all the meetings and taking responsibility for it.
Thank you so much. Members, is there any question for clarity from your side?
Yes, Chairperson, I've got one.
Member Bosman, over to you.
Chairperson, and through you, Doctor, I note from your CV that you said you left the City of Cape Town as Director of City Health for ethical reasons. It says reason for leaving is an ethical decision. Do you mind, if you feel comfortable, sharing with the committee what that decision was?
Um, I think the important part is to note that I left because of ethical reasons, but I still left with a good relationship with the city. So I still maintain good relationships. It was a principal decision, and being as doctor, I needed to be comfortable whatever I do. So I still maintain good relationships, but I need to do ethically what's always correct. And yeah, so it was a decision ethically made, but I don't think it's sharing it at this point is going to change anything.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bray. Your time is highly appreciated. The committee has a number of additional interviews to conduct, whereafter communication will accordingly be sent to all applicants regarding the outcome. But again, as a standing committee, we are responsible for interviewing all applicants. But again, thank you. Thank you that you have availed yourself for this role, and we do appreciate that you've taken the time this morning.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I really do appreciate the time and the opportunity that was provided to me for this morning.
Is there no closing remarks that you would like to make?
Just the one thing that I'd like to say is that I having been the director of health and having seen how alcohol impacts many communities across the city of Cape Town, one of my reasons for joining this is hopefully to make a difference and impact the way we actually regulate and create a responsible behavior within the communities from a usage perspective. So I really am passionate about making the difference in my communities. And I hope to be appointed so that I can give them the opportunity to change and make a difference where I believe I have a lot of insight into. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bray, once again, thank you. May you have an amazing day moving forward. And thank you again for availing yourself.
Thank you very much. Good day. Bye.
Bye. Good morning, Mr. Mapike. Am I saying your surname correctly, sir?
Most definitely say you are saying it correctly. I thank you. How are you?
Thank you. I was practicing all morning already. Thank you once again for availing yourself. This is the interview stage for applicants that have submitted the details and the submissions to serve on the Western Cape Liquor Authority. We are a multi-party committee comprising of a number of members. Today with me, I have member Lorraine Botha, member Masuli Kama, as well as member Gillian Bosman. I'm Regan Allen and I'm the chairperson for this committee. We also have our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews. Firstly, once again, thank you for availing yourself and for making the time to be with us this morning, although it's virtually. We have a set of questions that we will be asking. You would have 3 minutes to answer each question. At the end of the 4 questions, there may be a potential follow-up question or a question for clarity. But I will also ask at the end of the interview if there is any closing remarks that you would like to make. So we will jump into it straight away. Are you okay, your side, sir?
Yes, I am okay myself. Yeah, thank you.
Once again,
thank
you for being here.
Can
and
you
I trust
hear me
that you
clearly?
had coffee. So we will commence. I now note member Lorraine Botha.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Mafiki, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I want to know from you, what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed? And what would your value add be to the board?
Okay. I believe that the panel also do have seen my curriculum vitae, but basically, I will just sum it up. I will start up with my actual experience in the public sector, which is where I started working at the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, which is somehow it's closely related to, actually they are linked, the tourism industry and the liquor industry. They are both like working together. You cannot, they are inseparable in some way. So as I was working there, I was basically exposed to the industry, whereby you have to deal with a vast number of like stakeholders, both like nationally and internationally, and you work with like training providers, you work with tourism tour operators, and you work with also the ministry from like at a national level, where you have to attend those meetings. I once attended the meeting of the tourist guide meeting that we used to have. Actually, we had that meeting like quarterly in Pretoria. That is like from the economic development and tourism point of view, my relationship in terms of the industry and the stakeholder relations and all that. And then I went to Transport and Public Works, where I worked with, that was now in the construction, basically. A total shift from the industry of tourism to the shift to the construction industry, where we were now dealing with the construction. It was in a health infrastructure delivery. So I had to deal with consultants also there, had to deal with like financial reporting, had to deal with developing like tools to actually monitor the progress, the project progress and all that. I had to contribute a lot to the teams, to the quantity surveyors. I was working with the quantity surveying team. So they were dealing with a whole lot of like, you can imagine they were dealing with a lot of like claims and all that. So I had to actually develop tools to actually be able to monitor, as an administrator, to be monitoring the progress in terms of
by you end of the sentence, sir.
I will end the sentence that I am actually capable.
Thank you so much. I know via virtual platforms is very difficult, but we're trying to stick with the 3 minutes. But thank you so much for your detailed answer. I'll now note member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Mapike.
Yes, good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thanks. My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Okay, the core mandate is to regulate the industry. But you cannot just regulate without making sure that your regulation is aligned with the Constitution itself. By regulating, you regulate, which means you allow, but you make sure that your allowance is actually aligned to the Constitution and to the state of the country itself. So when you regulate, you bring along things such as like making sure that you reduce the abuse. That is the core mandate, which is to regulate. But along with the regulation, we have to make sure that we also reduce the alcohol abuse and harms in the society as it is. I mean, we can all agree that South Africa is the country of like happiness in terms of alcohol and all that. So we have to make sure that we stick to that mandate, and we have to make sure that we actually serve the industry to a right direction as the Western Cape Liquor Authority. We have to make sure that we at all times give educationals, give like information sessions. We may have to make sure that we use like media, like using platforms like media platforms to spread the word in terms of alcohol abuse. I can make an example about what happened yesterday. For example, that is where we come in. Last evening, the president actually he made it clear that we will be extending level 1 of the disaster management risk, the regulation. But he mentioned that in terms of alcohol, the times, the sales times and operational times will go back to normal. That is where we come in now. We have to make sure that now we let the public know, because obviously we are the ones who are the ones who are holding the steering in terms of the alcohol industry. We are the one who have to now set, for example, the board will have to now set and actually working with the management, obviously find ways actually to make sure that now how are they going to make these new changes, how are they going to make it work effectively and efficiently for the country, and to make sure that they serve both the interest of the Western Cape Liquor Authority and the interest of the population at large at the same time. So basically, that is what is the mandate of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. In summary, to regulate, reduce and reduce. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I now note Member Gillian Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
My question follows on to looking at harms reduction. So if you could perhaps, sir, share with us your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role of the Western Cape Liquor Authority in also growing the economy, specifically in the context of a more and more illegal sale of alcohol taking place. So how do we balance the alcohol harms reduction aspect of the work that the Western Cape Liquor Authority does vis-a-vis the economic opportunity that the sale of alcohol creates for many communities and the jobs it creates?
Yeah, I think the question is somehow related to the previous one, because I stated like even the methods like of how we can make sure. So basically what we have to, yeah, you are right, it is actually a tricky one because of the opportunity it brings to the table for the population. But as the Western Cape Liquor Authority, we have to, being the board, working together with management, obviously, we have to create alternatives and inform the society of alternative ways of doing business, that we have to actually try to find and show them alternatives, that alcohol, it is not only the way, but we don't just show without actually assisting and working with other industries or departments and stakeholders to ensure that they actually also encourage the prospective business owners to actually see if they cannot opt for other ways of doing business. We work with media companies. We do like publications. We do like radio advertising. We do information sessions. We do like even just on our website, we must make sure that even though we give guidelines on how to, like for applying for liquor license, we must make sure that the information that comes through your face before you go to the requirements, it states, it must be like bold, clear, and huge that alcohol is actually, and it becomes a problem when it is abused. We must like make sure that we send the message clearly out there and make it our priority. But again, now when it comes to making sure that there is compliance, that's where we need to work with. We are already doing that. We work with like now with the law enforcement to make sure that they are actually there to actually assess and monitor those who are not compliant, those who are doing illegal trading. On the website also, we must also give guidelines on who to contact, and then direct the society in terms of what to do in terms of illegal or illicit trading of alcohol and so forth. They can contact this and that. And then SAPS also, we work with them. We work with also municipality in terms of trading hours, that by reducing the trading hours in alcohol sales and so forth, it also assists in the reduction of abuse. Because I mean, I'm sure you know why, because I mean, if you do that, people, I assume that my time will be running out when I see your face coming. But basically, yeah, that's that.
No problem. I tried to make it easy for you. We do appreciate the detailed answers and for using up your time allotted to you for each question. So thank you so much. On that note, in terms of the responsibilities of the board and the important work that the board does and your current role as you are currently employed, would you be able to commit to all the meetings? You would understand that there's X amount of meetings that needs to happen every year, as well as special meetings can be convened. So linking your current job and what your current responsibilities are, would you be able to commit to the role if you should be appointed?
Most definitely. I actually came here with that mentality that when I applied, I knew that I can. I can do that. First of all, it depends on how the committee, you as a committee, sees it. But I see it as a good opportunity for both of us. It's an opportunity for the board because it will be someone who has the insight of the organization, who's already working there, who has the understanding, who has like contributed immensely in terms of policy into the organization. I have contributed a lot that can be confirmed by the management, my like line managers and so forth. That can be of very much as so. But in terms of committing my time, I can. If I'm given the opportunity, I'm good at negotiating my schedules. I can do that with my manager, and I believe that the meeting. I don't know how much does the board meet. Do they meet once a year? If I may ask.
4.
4 times a year.
But special meetings can be convened.
Yeah, I mean 4 times a year. I wake up every day. So 4 times a year is nothing for me. As long as we reach an agreement, how I will be able to make sure that that does not somehow interfere with my responsibilities as a member and as a administrator within the Western Cape Liquor Authority. But to be honest, that will contribute a lot, immensely to the board, to all of us, given my academic experience, my current job and all that.
I am glad that you woke up this morning as well. And
yes.
for being here.
Yes.
I'll now double check with members if there's any question for clarity or any follow-up question.
Okay, no problem.
Note the members. I note member Kama.
Thank you very much once again, Chair. Mr. Mapike, I just want to, because I'm trying to figure out how this would work, that you are currently a clerk in the authority itself, responsible for administration, licensing administration. Now, I want to check how would it work. Should you be appointed to serve in a board, understanding that the operational component of the authority has to answer to the board in terms of its performance and that. So if you can really speak to us on how would it work, you being a clerk of the authority and also a member of the board. Thanks.
Okay. Point of correction. An administrator, not a clerk. Thank you. In terms of that way, actually now where you have to maintain the independence of each role and the confidentiality that comes with each role. But then I see it as not a problem because if our goal is the same, you understand, we all serve in the same organization with the same memo in hand. We are also steering towards the same objectives for the organization. It's not like it will be a conflict with external organization versus the Western Cape Liquor Authority. If management actually, like I mentioned earlier, if we all look at it from that point of view, it shouldn't be a problem. We should just all try to reach an understanding. And I also, okay, this is something I want to point out. I checked the act, the Western Cape Liquor Act. I also checked the Kim 5. If we assess the contribution each member is bringing to the board and they can contribute positively to the board, then it is within the discretion of the minister to actually decide. And obviously with the assistance and report from the committee, as you guys will be submitting there, it is within the discretion of the minister to assess each case and the recommendation and see how it will work. But then from that, then that is the time now then when the board and the management and myself obviously included, we have to just sit down and come up with ways and means, but obviously with the independence requirements that comes with each role and the confidentiality and all of that. But reporting, I don't see it as a problem because the objective is what we are steering towards, not who's reporting and to who. We just need to be able to reach understanding, all of us together and all that. But yeah, for me, I can do it. But for management and for the board and for the committee, I will have to convince them that I can do it. If they can, we can, and then the society can.
Thank you so much for your answer. We do appreciate that you have taken the time to be here with us. I will allow you for 3 minutes if there is any closing remarks that you would like to make, sir.
Closing remarks. You said remarks. You didn't say questions, right?
Now, if there's any closing remarks that you would like to make at this time.
Okay. I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for giving me this time to actually be sitting here with you. Obviously, everybody dedicated their time to let me be here and attend this interview. Now, also, given the fact that you obviously looked at my profile, you saw that I do not have any executive experience, but you looked at my given experience that I have in hand and my academic record and all that I can contribute. I really appreciate that. It's a rare opportunity for everyone, but I really appreciate that with you for giving me this opportunity. And I hope the right decision will be made out of this, and yeah, no regrets after all.
We fully agree with you on that point, sir. Thank you again to all the members. Thank you for your questions, sir. Your input and your answers has been noted, and it's highly appreciated. In terms of the process, the committee, as you would understand, the committee will then submit its recommendations to the minister and to the department, but contact will be made with you in due course. Once again, thank you so much for availing yourself and for being here this morning.
I thank you, Honorable Allen.
Please keep well, sir.
Keep well, and everybody keep well. I thank everybody for giving me the opportunity once more.
No problem. You keep well.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Mr. Twasi? Good morning, Dr. Umdun Yelwa. Can you hear me?
Sir, I've managed to connect. I've used my private laptop and I had to quickly load the software, but it got in before the time, so I'm okay.
I'm glad to hear. Are you able to put on your video, sir?
My video. Okay, let me see if I can get that right. Let me see if I can get that right. I'm trying to close this other laptop, which is going to make noise. I was saying to Mr. Matthews, I'm looking like a very organized person with two laptops, but I'm actually trying to find my way around them. Okay, let me turn my camera on. See, can you see me?
I can see you now.
Can you see me? I'm not in the best of shows, but I'm okay.
No, technology can have the better of us at many a times, but I'm glad that you were able to sort it out. Doctor, I'm Regan Allen, and I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety and responsible with my fellow committee members, which is a multi-party committee. I have with me Member Lorraine Botha, Member Masuli Kama, as well as Member Gillian Bosman, as well as the very capable Mr. Wasim Matthews, who you have been speaking with and engaging with. Thank you once again for availing yourself and for affording the committee to interview you, but also for you to be here, although it is virtually. We have a set of questions. You would have 3 minutes to answer each question. There may be a follow-up question or a question for clarity towards the end, but I will also afford an opportunity for you to make any closing remarks at the end. We will jump straight into it. I trust that you've had your coffee already this morning.
I think so, Honorable Chair. I think I'm covered in that area because I knew that this may take some energy, so I've replenished myself.
No, I'm glad to hear. But once again, Doctor, thank you for being here. I'll go straight over to Note Member Masuli Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Mtunyelwa. My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities for the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Okay. Good morning, honorable members. Thanks for this opportunity, Chairperson, and thanks to the members for the opportunity. Well, in terms of the Liquor Act, the board is established, comprised of two elements. One, the tribunal, and the other one is the board. The board, in essence, is responsible for the management of the activities and the administration of the authority. It is responsible for ensuring that the authority, which is now the administration, complies with the Act and issues all licensing and compliance issues in relation to the Act. It is there, for instance, the board is there to appoint the CEO, which is the person responsible to the board. The board is responsible, as I indicated, for policy issues, for oversight, and policy issues relating to the administration in particular. And though there was some question of confusion around the role of the board over the tribunal, I know the tribunal has to report to the board once a year to report on its activities. But the board had some kind of a long arm oversight responsibility over the tribunal, just to ensure that the tribunal complies with the requirements of the Act and so on and so forth. So the board is responsible for delegations. It is the oversight body that has got the executive authority basically over the liquor authority. It then sub-delegates that responsibility to the CEO, who is supposed to be appointed by the board in terms of Section 26. So my sense is that, sorry, let me decline that. I don't know whether there's a call that is coming now with all this technology. So in terms of the Act, Chairperson, the board is responsible for the administration, the general administration of the liquor authority. The board is managing, as I indicated, the business of the Liquor Authority. The board is responsible for the appointment of the CEO, who then, by virtue of the sub-delegation, appoints the staff. The board is then responsible also for ensuring that policies are approved which are in line with the Act. It also has got a responsibility of advising the minister on issues relating to the review of the Act and what policy issues the minister must consider. Because I remember when I was involved with the Liquor Authority, I knew that at some stage we had a lot of interaction with the minister in relation to reviewing the Liquor Act for purposes of dealing with the issue of harms reduction. And the board does not necessarily have to do this all by itself. It may appoint committees in terms of the Act, and these committees, but though these committees must report directly to the board. So it is oversight. It has got executive authority of managing the general business of the Liquor Authority. It ensures that there's compliance with policies and the Act in relation to the issuing of licenses and compliance. And the board is responsible for acquiring property on behalf of the authority. It's responsible for actually the delegations and the overall running of the Liquor Authority. I don't know whether that suffices, Chairperson, in terms of that first question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That was in 3 minutes as well. Thank you for sticking to the time. I now note Member Lorraine Botha.
Good morning, Dr. Ndongwawa. I noticed from your CV that you have been the CEO before for this board up until January 2019. I want to ask you, what skills and knowledge would you now bring to the board if you are appointed? And what would your value add be to the board?
Good morning, Honorable Botha. I was just trying to jot down the questions. I don't want to miss any question. Right? If I look at the responsibilities of the board, the minister is supposed to appoint six board members, some of whom are responsible for should have responsibility for things like probity, things like human resources, and so on and so forth. I'm sure the honourable members have seen that I also have a legal degree, besides the fact that I've got a degree in public administration, a doctoral degree in public administration. So besides my experience in the management of institutions, right, including public entities, that's the experience I will bring to the board currently, and it is to ensure that there is compliance, because I've been very much involved with the review of the Act when I was there. So I've got a fair understanding and knowledge of the pertinent requirements of the Act and the fact that how the board should operate. Secondly, with my background now in law, it will be, one needs to be, because the Liquor Act is a very complex act, if I may put it, because there are so many different types of interpretations of what needs to be done in terms of applying the principles of the Act. And fortunately, I've had numerous discussions with the legal department of the provincial government on the implementation of the Act. So I'm bringing that experience in terms of the do's and the don'ts and how one can operate and one cannot operate. Now, let's forget about the operational side. For a better part of my life, I've been involved in boards. I don't know whether the board, the committee has noticed in my CV. I've been a member of the Falls Bay College for about 10 years. 8 of which I was in fact 7 of which I was an ordinary member, and 4 of them was the chairperson of the board. And we are doing it all for the love of the country, Chairperson. We were doing it all for the love of the country. There was no payment done. And so I'm bringing that responsibility, or sort of that experience of being in a position to chair or not, I've been in a position to chair a governing board. I'm very clear about the responsibilities of the board, especially a board that has got executive authority and a board that does not have executive authority. So I'm clear that when I'm coming in, if I do, my role will be purely oversight and not to be involved in the operations. However, I've got the advantage of understanding the system on both the board side, the administration side, and the tribunal side, because I've had a lot of interaction with the tribunal. I don't know whether the chairperson is aware. For the period that I was there, I overhauled the Liquor Authority completely. The Premier gave us the Honorable then at the time, Helen Zille, gave us an instruction that if we don't turn the finances of the Liquor Board around, the Liquor Board will be absorbed as a department of community safety. So she gave us a clear mandate that she wants us to make sure that this Liquor Authority is not draining the coffers of the provincial government. I must be honest, Chair, that was a heavy ask. But in the period that I was there, we managed to turn it around in year 2. We did not make a break. We did not break even that much in year 1. But in year 2, Chair, there was a significant change in the amount of revenue that we generated, all because of the innovation that we brought in. It was not my innovation. It was my innovation with the team. So now one would come and oversight that everything in terms of systems and processes was embedded, because it was all systemic. It was not purely just a top-end intervention. It was systematic intervention. So one would then have the opportunity of ensuring that all those systems are embedded from a policy oversight point of view. And I was going through some of the documents. I see that they've taken those innovations further. So one would then be able to oversee what one started and see that it is being implemented and embedded, because I see that still Cabinet has given the current board the instruction of ensuring that, despite the fact that they must not destroy the industry, they must also make sure that their board is self-sufficient and it is not draining the coffers of the response of the provincial government. So coming back to the question of Honorable Porter, I am bringing in the skill of policy oversight. I'm bringing in the skill of knowing the system, so that I can be able to help the board to run the system perfectly well.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your detailed answer. I'll now note Member Gillian Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Doctor. My question relates to alcohol harms reduction and the role of the board in also not destroying the industry, which you spoke to earlier. So if you could perhaps share with us, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the authority plays in growing the economy? And specifically, this is in context to the growing number of illegal shebeens in communities. So how do we balance the need for alcohol harms reduction versus also making sure that alcohol sales contributes to the growth of the local economy as well as the growth in creating jobs? Thank you.
You have 3 minutes to answer, Doctor. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Honorable Bosman, for that question. When I was there, one of the issues that we advocated with my team was the question of a balanced approach to alcohol harms reduction. Unfortunately, once again, we had the support of our minister at the time that we cannot harm the industry so much so that it destroys the economy of the province. At the time, the liquor industry was contributing nearly 20% of the GDP of the economy, and therefore we were very sensitive to that. What we then decided was that we need to, first of all, I'm looking for the right word because I don't want this to be misconstrued. We wanted to make access flexible, in the sense that we wanted to increase the possibility of many of these, especially your illegal outlets, to make them legal, not by breaching the conditions of the Act, but by helping them to comply. Because we felt that for us to be able, we must remember the Liquor Board does not have any authority over illegal outlets. So to get the outlets to be within the realm of the Liquor Authority, our view was that, one, we need to license as many of them as possible. And in that regard, we were working with the municipalities of the Western Cape region. And secondly, what we were then saying as part of that would be that we will ensure that those that are licensed are heavily regulated. And you will recall, Chairperson, that we introduced with the assistance of Cabinet heavy fines for those people who were transgressing on their condition. But regarding the sales, we had in that period we had what we called an outreach program. We were going, Honorable Bosman, throughout the province and having sessions with taverners, having sessions with community groupings, having sessions with municipalities on the harms of alcohol in communities, because we wanted to work with important stakeholders. We were working with some of the taverners associations to ensure that there's compliance with their people, so that at the end of the day, we in as much as we want to hit them when they transgress, but we wanted to show them, to extend a helping hand in terms of assisting them. So we were very mindful of the fact that alcohol is causing harm to communities, and therefore it needs to be highly regulated, but it must be regulated responsibly by ensuring that you license as many people. I mean, we took our example from Long Street. You license as many people so that you can and bring them within the regulated realm and regulate them heavily, those that have been licensed, and ensuring that they comply with their rules and regulations. And we were working at the time very close with the distributors so that we ensure responsible distribution. So those were the three strategic approaches, Honorable Bosman, to the question of harms reduction, because we realized that, I mean, when we tried to introduce this 0% alcohol, and SAP called us and said, we've lined up about 55 of our lawyers, they'll keep you busy until you all retire. So we knew that if we jump and we put laws that are going to be to make them to react, we are not going to win the war. They will still carry on working whilst they're keeping us busy with the law. So what we then decided to do was to find a happy balance between ensuring that there's responsible selling, but also there's responsible distribution, and people are taking responsibility for their own conditions. And we made it sure to them, clear to them, those license holders, that you are responsible for your conditions. Our inspectors are there to ensure that you comply. If you do not comply, we take you to our tribunal and we heavily charge you. I don't know whether I've covered the question, Honorable Chair. Chair, I can't hear you, Chairperson, now.
Thank you so much. I'll ask the last question, Doctor, and then there will be, I'll request if any member has a question for clarity or any follow-up question, and thereafter I will allow for any closing remarks. But once again, the last question, in terms of, you would understand the responsibilities of the board and how important that role is. Would you be able to commit to be a board member, knowing that you need to attend the meetings, etc.? Do we have the commitment from you? But also, in terms of your current position, do you see any challenges from your current position, and should you be appointed to the board?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that question. I commit because I know how important the decisions of the board are in terms of ensuring the business of the Liquor Authority, because the board is basically, as I indicated, the executive authority that is entrusted with the management of the activities of the authority. The only limitation in terms of not limitation, but the only stumbling block, the only thing which I still need to do if I am accepted is to submit an application for, which is now the new thing with the city, to submit an application for private work. And I do not think there should be any problem with that, because I will have declared that I'm doing this. I will be assisting the liquor board in terms of my responsibility as a board member. And once that has been accepted, Chair, then I will be able to participate fully in the activities of the board. Generally, the problem, I don't foresee a problem, because if I did, I would not have even attempted to submit my application. Generally, it's always related to supply chain management issues. And because the board does not have any supply chain management interaction with the city, I do not foresee that as a problem. However, the city wants to know who is doing what outside of their work activities, so that they can monitor it in terms of supply chain management decisions that are made. So I don't foresee any problems, Chair. The only thing I need to do is, once I'm informed if I'm successful, then I will have to submit that application, which is quick to process, and then I should be available. I've never heard of anybody who's been who they've objected to, especially if they are comfortable with the type of work. And seeing that this is more of a government to government, I don't foresee any challenges in terms of that approval. That's the only thing that now is remaining, if I am to be a successful person for the board chairperson.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I will now ascertain from members of the committee if there's any follow-up question or question for clarity. We are covered outside. Doctor, your questions, your answers has been very detailed. We do appreciate it. I'll allow you 2 minutes for any closing remarks that you would like to make at this time.
Chair, the only closing remark which I feel I haven't covered in my response to you was that I see my role as well, because this is what I'm currently doing for the city. I see my role as providing that gap, because there's a lot of misunderstanding between the two institutions. The Liquor Authority does not understand how the city operates, and the city thinks the Liquor Authority is just playing a bunch of people who think so high of themselves. And in most cases, whenever there are challenges between the two, I'm always called in to mediate. So they understand the relationship. So I see my role as also providing that gap, because I noticed in the documents that with all this now request for the extended liquor hours to be transferred to province, I see there's a lot of resistance from the city, and the provincial government is pushing ahead. So one will assist in navigating those routes, so that to get to assist the two areas to work together. But beyond that, Chair, I think I'm happy with the questions, and I also want to take this opportunity once again to thank you and to thank your committee for allowing me an opportunity to present myself. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Yawa, we are grateful that you have taken the time on this Thursday morning, and we do appreciate that you have availed yourself for this position. As you would understand, the committee would conduct a number of interviews during the course of the day. Thereafter, we will then submit our recommendation to the Minister and the department, and communication will then be sent to all applicants. But once again, thank you for being here, sir, and may you have a good day further.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be excused from the meeting now. You may excuse yourself. Good morning, Dr. Skippers, or is it Dr. Skippers? Can you help me, sir?
Honorable Chair, it's whatever you'd like it to be. It's Skippers, but I don't really mind what people call me.
As long as you are comfortable, sir. Once again,
thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here. My name is Regan Allen. I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety. We are a multi-party committee. With me, I have member Lorraine Botha, member Masuli Kama, as well as member Gillian Bosman. Furthermore, we have our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews, whom you probably interacted with already. As you would be aware, the committee is conducting a number of interviews during the course of today, whereafter we will submit our recommendations to the department and to the minister, and then communication will be entered into with all the applicants regarding the status. But thank you for being here. Although it is virtual, I trust that you've had coffee already. I'm on my second cup already, but we do appreciate that you are here, and we have a number of questions that we will pose to you. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. At the end of the 4 questions, there may be an additional question for follow-up or for clarity purposes. And at the end, I will allow 2 minutes for any closing remarks that you would like to make at that time. But once again, thank you for being here. It is now 9:31. We are running on time. So I will hand over directly to member Masuli Kama to pose his first question to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Skippers. My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Good morning, Honourable Member, and thank you very much for that question. I must also just say thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this interview and allowing me to participate virtually. I really appreciate it. So in terms of the Western Cape, the applicable act, the powers and functions of the board are explained in section 9 of the act. And we also find that the PFMA also has applicability. Now, the powers and functions of the board are, amongst others, to administer liquor regulations in the province, to receive applications for liquor licenses and to deal with them. You know, we can acquire, or the board, I'm sorry, shouldn't say we. So the board can acquire property, it can open and maintain bank accounts. And what is also important is to note that, you know, the Act allows the board to delegate all of its functions to officials in the board. You know, but the important, I think, elements of the powers and functions of the board is to regulate the retail liquor trade in the province, and also to deal with the socio-economic and other impacts of the liquor trade on the communities in the province. So in short, those are the functions of the board. The board is obviously the accounting authority of the institution. And in terms of that, it has certain fiduciary responsibilities in terms of the PFMA that it has to fulfill. The board is also allowed to establish committees and, you know, to interact with stakeholders related to the functioning of the activities of the board. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Dr. Skippers. I'd like to know from you, what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed? And what would your value add be to this board? Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Member, and thank you very much for the question. I have been involved in local government since 1992, and I was first appointed as a municipal manager in 2001, and I've served as municipal manager and also as an administrator when there were interventions by the provincial governments of the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape respectively. So I bring many years of experience in local government and many years of experience in as a chief executive officer in local government, municipal manager. So I bring a lot of governance expertise to the party. I have been involved for the period that I have been the municipal manager, where I was appointed municipal manager of a municipality. Out of the 10 audits that I have been subjected to, or the institutions that I was responsible for, I've received only one qualified audit opinion, and I've also received 3 what is called clean audit opinions. So I bring expertise in respect of governance and expertise in respect of human resource management. I'm very interested in the economic development and the impact of economic development on local communities and on municipalities. And I think that this provides us with or activities on the board will provide an opportunity to deal with that. Now, obviously, the Liquor Authority deals with both an economic perspective, but it also deals with a social perspective, because the liquor trade, even though it has economic benefits to communities, also have social impacts on communities. And understanding that, bringing that intersection is important. Just in closing, I think it's also important to note that, like with all other activities, what the Liquor Authority is responsible for has impact on local governments, and the Liquor Authority interacts with local government to a large degree. And my experience in local government and my knowledge of the local government system and how it works, I think will be an added advantage to the board and to the authority as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll now move over directly to Member Gillian Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, my question relates to the role of the Liquor Authority in alcohol harms, reducing alcohol harms, and also the role it plays in growing the economy. So, Dr. Skeepers, I'd like to know, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the Western Cape Liquor Authority plays in growing the economy? And that is premised on the role of illegal liquor outlets in communities and the impact that that has on alcohol harms, but also the important role that the liquor industry plays in growing the economy and growing jobs. Thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you very much for that question. I've alluded to some of it in my previous answer, and I think this is an important question. It's an important intersection that we need to deal with. Yes, on the one hand, and especially in the Western Cape, the liquor sector plays a big role in terms of our economy. You know, both in terms of it's linked to the agricultural sector, but also, you know, in the retail space, and its potential for economic development. I think what has happened with COVID-19, it has brought those economic impacts to the fore, and we've seen how COVID-19 and the lockdowns and the and the restrictions that were placed on the sector has had a direct impact on the economy of the Western Cape. So on the one side, there's no doubt that the liquor industry, you know, is a big job creator. It assists in terms of economic development. It is an important role player. But like I said previously, it also has social impacts. It has social impacts in respect of a number of things. You know, there are linkages to gender-based violence, for instance. There are linkages to, for instance, road accidents and what happens in respect of that. And a lot of other things, you know, fetal alcohol syndrome and the impacts of that on our communities. So it's important that we get a balance between the economic advantages and the social impacts that it has. Regulating the liquor trade is important because it means, by regulating it, it means that you can put in place measures to get those two things in balance with each other. Now we know that there's a lot of illegal trade of liquor in the province, in the country, but I think we are dealing with the province and getting illegal traders into the mainstream and getting them regularized and you know and regulated is important, because by doing that you can impose conditions on the way that they sell alcohol and on the way that they, you know, for instance, on the times that they trade, and make sure that we reduce the harm on our communities. A lot of our communities, and especially our poorer communities, suffer as a result of the impact of liquor, and regulating it, making sure that it is in the regulated space, in the space that the Western Cape Liquor Authority Act brings, I think assist us with that. So in closing, I just want to say that getting the balance between the economic advantages and the social impacts are important, and the role that we should, or that the role that the authority and the board, the governing board, should play is to make sure that those things are in balance, and that communities benefit from the industry. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for your answers. I'll ask one additional question, whereafter I'll open up to members if there is any follow-up or any question for clarity. In terms of my question, understanding the role of the board members should a person be appointed and the important work that the board conduct, would you be able to commit not only to the meetings, but in order to work effectively with the board, and if you are able to link your current role and the commitments of the board, would you be able to then would you be able to then conduct the work, should you be appointed as a board member, by committing yourself in that regard?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I can commit myself to making time available for the work of the board. You know, I am currently in an acting position in Knysna municipality, but this is only a short-term acting position. This is not what I do. I run a consulting business, public sector consulting business and development facilitation business. And provided that there's proper planning, which I assume is in place in the board, I can definitely commit to the time that is required. I think a positive spin-off of the COVID-19 pandemic is also that we've realized that we can do a lot of the work that we need to do in a virtual space. So that also makes it, I think, easier for us to perform the functions that are required. But where there's a need for physical presence, I mean, that will also be possible. So yes, I will be able to commit myself to the work. This is very important work, and I will make sure that I have the time available to do it.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You appearing virtually is testimony to what you've just said. So once again, thank you for availing yourself. I will double check and ascertain from members if there's any follow-up question or a question for clarity. We are all covered. I see member Malusi Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks, Doc. One clarity, Chair, that I perhaps want to understand is linked to I think the remarks that the doctor made about bringing as many illegal outlets to the regulated space. Now, I just want to get an understanding to the talk if understanding maybe some of the challenges that make it difficult for other outlets to get licensed and be in the space. What would the doctor be looking at if you were to be appointed to the board in terms of the policy space? What would you be looking at to make sure that we realize the goal of having as many outlets regulated and understanding that there are issues of zoning and whatsoever that has to be taken into consideration? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You know, I think it's important that we understand that there needs to be integration of policy. The regulation of the liquor trade and the liquor industry is a provincial competence, but it has impacts, it has linkages into the local government space. So we need to make sure that we have integration between the provincial policy and legislative space and the local government policy and legislative space, so that we make sure that in the zoning, town planning space in municipalities, you know, we make it possible for the liquor industry to operate in a regulated manner. So I think that integration for me is important. We also need to make sure that we have the ease of doing business and removing unnecessary red tape obstacles, and to make it possible for traders to apply and get regulated. Also, I think we need to take into consideration the impacts of where traders are and how they interact with the communities around them, especially, you know, in relation to their proximity to educational spaces and to religious spaces. You know, I think just getting the balance of that right. So there are instances where a trader is located, you know, doesn't lend itself to proper integration. And in that space, one need to look at in cooperation with local government about how you make, you know, land available for those kind of traders to move to more appropriate spaces. But integration for me, ultimately making sure that throughout the three spheres of government, our policies and our legislation talk to each other, so that there's a seamless integration between the three. I think that for me in the policy space would be very important. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for your responses. As I've indicated in my opening remarks, the committee is conducting a number of interviews today, whereafter we will deliberate and submit our recommendations to the Minister and to the department. But once again, thank you for availing yourself. I hope the weather in Knysna is treating you well. But thank you for being with us today, even though it's virtually. I'll allow for 2 minutes. If there's any closing remarks that you would like to make at this time, I'll leave that open to you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I can just tell you that the weather in Knysna is beautiful today. And as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to get rid of this jacket and get the tie off, because I don't think one should have a tie and a jacket on in Knysna today. It's really a beautiful day outside. I just want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you. Like I've said before, this is a very, very important space, both from an economic and from a social development perspective. I would like to make a contribution. I would like to offer, you know, the skills and the expertise that I've picked up over the years and plow it back. You know, serving as a member of this board is definitely not the financial rewards is not massive. So for me, it is about plowing back, making sure that I can you know, provide some of what I've learned over the years and give it back to the communities of the Western Cape. So thank you very much for the opportunity. If the committee sees it fit to recommend me, I can commit to providing my utmost best at all times and serving as a member of the governing board to the best of my ability and in the interest of the communities that we all serve. Thank you very much.
Dr. Skippers, once again, thank you so much for availing yourself on behalf of the committee. Thank you. And we look forward to interviewing the rest of the candidates in order to compile and what we need to do in terms of our mandate here in the committee. But again, thank you so much. Please take off the jacket and have an amazing day further, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the members of the committee and to Mr. Matthews for the professional interaction. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We don't know what we'll do without Mr. Matthews. Please keep well. Okay, doctor.
Goodbye.
Bye.
You, they might be in Mandela Roads. Yes, I think it's all the program. Yeah.
under the circumstances of COVID that you have still applied and that you are here. It is a multi-party committee. To my left, I have member Lorraine Botha. Behind member Lorraine Botha is member Kama, and behind me is member Gillian Bosman. And to my right is Mr. Wasim Matthews, whom you engaged with prior to this. So once again, thank you for being here. Now we are delighted to see you. We are going to ask a set of questions. It will be 4 questions. Each member will ask 1. There will be an opportunity for members to ask any question for clarity or any further confirming what you have stated, etc. 1. But also at the end, we will allow you to make any closing remarks. Also, if you are able to use the button in front of you, if you speak, to switch on your mic. After you spoke, you put it off again. Yes. So it's an on and off, yes. And we'll jump straight into it. I trust that you have coffee. I've asked everyone that before. No problem. Like I stated, once again, thank you. This is a multi-party panel here to interview in terms of your application for the Western Cape Liquor Authority. I'll now note member Kama, who will ask the first question.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Ms. Kula. My first question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
The Liquor Authority Board is responsible for seeing into the fact that there's a lot of alcohol abuse, and I'm trying to calm myself. There's a lot of alcohol abuse, and it's not really addressed, and it's dealing with the abuse and taking it further into the community, where they trying to look at ways of engaging the community in terms of trying to deal with the issue, because it's getting out of hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Kula, good morning, firstly to you. Can you tell us what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed? And also, what would your value add be to the board?
Okay, first and foremost, I was born and raised in the townships. I had a father who was an alcoholic. I'm a mother of 2. My son is 15, my daughter is 17. I'm a divorcee. And being exposed in the township where I grew up, and the fact that I had a father who was an alcoholic, I made a promise. I've got myself involved in the alcohol industry. I've worked through my life in the alcohol industry. I have seen things. I have seen how kids, I think the reason why I'm here is more wanting to educate kids from the young age about the pros. I don't think there's pros. Actually, there's only cons about alcohol, but I think they don't have role models. The liquor board needs some intervention where they need to be there in the townships, where they engage from primary school and have sessions. And I was also thinking of ways maybe taking the kids, getting permission from the parents, and take them as much as to the wine estates and tell them how wine is made, and and then engage with them after that and have a session where we talk about peer pressure, we talk about alcohol abuse. That's the reason why I'm here. And that's hopefully what I will put in there on the board in terms of seeing how alcohol is advertised to the kids in the townships and seeing it as something that is associated with fun, whereas it's not. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Kula. I'll now note Member Gillian Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, ma'am. You've just spoken about the harms that alcohol, that is associated with alcohol. But in terms of the harms associated with alcohol, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has to play in terms of governing the way alcohol helps to grow the economy and especially the jobs created by the alcohol industry? It's a massive contributor to the Western Cape's GDP. So how do we balance the harm reduction versus also focusing on not killing the industry?
As I said earlier on, my passion in this whole thing is about educating. And I think if we start at a young age and educating the kids while they're younger, so that when they grow, because some of these kids don't have role models, people to look up to. So I also have worked in the alcohol industry. I know a whole lot of people have lost a lot of jobs. But if we're being realistic and looking at the stats as to what happened when there was a lockdown, there was a reduction. So the manufacturers of alcohol, they need to rethink of maybe promoting more of zero alcohol content beverages. In that way, they're still not losing anything. So we need to engage with them and talk about responsible drinking. Because at the end of the day, they are adults and alcohol is legal. So I find that engaging with them on a constant, like every time, whenever there's something that's about to come out, so that we all look into it, because it's also their responsibility as the manufacturers in terms of what happens in the country.
Thank you, Ms. Kula. In terms of my question, and in understanding that the role and the responsibility, should you be appointed, would be a huge task. And I would want to get an understanding in terms of your current role and what you are currently doing. Would you be able to commit, and how would that link to what you are currently doing to fulfill your duties should you be appointed?
Currently, I am a mother at home who is what's the word? I'm homeschooling my daughter, and so I do have all the time to do the task. So I'm currently available, or although there's something that I'm looking into, but maybe I can mention it and see if it will be allowed or it will not be conflict of interest, because my plan is to open an NPO with exactly what I was talking about, where I engage with schools and educating kids. So I have not started that because of this year, what's happening this year. So that's my goal for next year. So I don't know whether that clashes. If it clashes, I can postpone it. But other than that, I am fully available.
Members, is there any further question for clarity? Any follow-up? Ma'am, I'll allow you 2 to 3 minutes for any closing remarks that you would want to make to the committee. I am encouraged by your personal story. So thank you for once again for being here. But any closing remarks from your side?
I think I'm appalled with what I see every day. And maybe because of the fact that I don't drink, maybe I'm judging, but I don't think that's the fact. I see girls that have a lot of potential, and because they don't have anything else to do, and they don't have parents that are working, and the only other way to have fun is to go and get drunk, and they get raped, and some of them, they lose a whole lot after they've been raped, and the life that they follow thereafter, because they have no one to direct them. I couldn't understand when a high school girl told me that she has never been to the waterfront. And it's things like that. We need to find ways to engage with these kids.
Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you so much. Thank you so much for availing yourself. In terms of the process, we have a number of applicants. After we have deliberated as a multi-party committee, we will then submit recommendations which will be directed to the minister as well as the department, and then communication will be entered into with all the applicants. But once again, thank you for availing yourself and for making the time to be with us. May you have an amazing day forward. I can. No, I can imagine, and I trust that you've received parking outside. You have parking. Yes. No problem. Thank you for being here and for availing yourself. I'm Regan Allen, and I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety, which has oversight over the Department of Community Safety, which means that we then interview applicants applying to serve on the Liquor Authority, whereafter we will then deliberate and make recommendations to the department and the minister. To my left, I have member Lorraine Botha. Behind member Botha is member Kama. And behind me is member Gillian Bosman. To my right to the side, I have Mr. Wasim Matthews. Yes, Previously, I indicated I don't know what we'll do without Mr. Matthews. No, but thank you so much. Please feel comfortable. Please feel free. We have a number of questions. 4. Each member will ask a question. You would have 3 minutes to answer the question. After the first set of questions, there will be potentially one follow-up question or one question for clarity purposes. And thereafter, we will allow you 2 to 3 minutes for any closing remarks. So we'll dig in right ahead. I will note Member Kama first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Elliott. My question would be, what are the, according to the Liquor Act, what are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
I'm going to be upfront and say that I don't know the Liquor Act particularly well, but as I understand it, it is to oversee the applications for the sale of the retail sale of alcohol. I believe that the wholesale is a national competence, but it is to oversee applications for both new and the renewals of licenses.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I now see Member Lorraine Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Elliott. What skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed to the board? And what would your values be that you would add to the board? Thank you.
So thank you. I've had 10 years of experience in working in alcohol harms reduction, primarily through my involvement in road safety. And obviously alcohol is playing a critical role in terms of the harms that are occurring on South African roads and the Western Cape roads. And my involvement with that has been quite extensive, both in terms of behavior change policies and also in terms of developing operational strategies for the Western Cape government and in fact implementing some of those programs. And both as a government official and more latterly, I've assisted as a consultant. My experiences has been quite extensive. I was also fortunate to be part of the team that developed the green paper in 2015, which was then translated into the white paper, which is the alcohol harms reduction policy. And the portion of that on alcohol in the road environment was mostly developed by myself. So I have some background in it. In terms of values, I have seen from my early life, I've seen firsthand the effects of alcohol abuse. And I'm very, very conscious of what it does to families. And I am very conscious of what is occurring and continues to occur in the Western Cape. And I think, I think what kind of was the driver for me was seeing how very clearly the lockdown, the different stages of lockdown, just showed exactly what we've been trying to say for years. When there's access to alcohol, harms occur. When you take that away, harms reduce. So that's the drive, and I think in terms of my experience and my values.
Thank you so much. I note Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning. Just following on from what you spoke about now around the harms reduction, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the Western Cape Liquor Authority plays in terms of growing the economy as well? Because alcohol has a direct GDP contribution to the Western Cape economy. So how do we balance managing or controlling the harms aspect of alcohol versus the economic opportunities that it brings to many communities as well?
Mr. Bosman's been given that's the difficult one, I think. That is a serious what do you call it, a Gordian knot. It's a difficult one because yes, obviously the Western Cape has there's an enormous value to the fiscus in the alcohol industry and related industry, and I'm thinking of obviously tourism and other types of things. So it is important for us to preserve those industries. Many of those industries are also major employers, and I'm thinking of in agriculture. You know, we're producing a lot of the particularly grapes in the Western Cape that are actually the source of where the alcohol is being manufactured, and these are employing thousands and thousands of Western Cape citizens, and at the same time, you know, generating a very large revenues for the fiscus. So. I think the key policies there are to, you know, avoid the kind of the sort of outright ban and draconian measures that would prevent the enjoyment of alcohol, which I do believe is possible under responsible circumstances, but to curtail as far as possible, and particularly with evidence-based type solutions, and I can mention one or two of those, the access, you know, particularly in terms of the hours of licensing, but also things like you know, unit pricing, and the actual alcohol by volume of the beverages that are sold. I believe there are these mechanisms that can be employed to strike that balance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. In terms of your current role as running a strategic services business and understanding the work that would be required should you be appointed, straightforward, would you be able to commit, and how would you link that to your current role in terms of what you are able to offer in terms of your commitment to the board, should you be appointed?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because I am a little nervous, to be honest. I did speak to Dr. Platsky about it. He gave me quite some detail about what it entails in terms of, you know, the minimum attendance to quarterly meetings, and you know, that there's work associated with being able to, you know, to do the best possible work for the committee, and that is going to involve additional time spent. I do have, you know, a capable staff as well who can support me, and so I must say it's not something that hasn't crossed my mind, that I do have, you know, a little bit of a concern, but I do believe that I can manage it.
Thank you for your honesty and for the clarity in answering that question. So thank you, sir. I'm going to check with my colleagues if there's any follow-up question or any question for clarity purposes. Okay, we are covered. Is there any closing remarks from your side?
I don't think so. I think I've actually managed to somehow cover everything I would have wanted to say in my answers. Just to say that I'm very grateful for the opportunity and quite humbled to be here, and so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
On that note, on behalf of the committee, we want to thank you as well for availing yourself. We know it is a role that is needed within the board, and we will definitely then, as I stated earlier on, once we finalize all our interviews and deliberate and make our recommendations, the department will then make contact with all the applicants in this regard. So thank you so much for availing your Thursday morning, and all of the best with the move. Please keep well, sir. with oversight over the Department of Community Safety. With me, I have my colleagues. To my left, Member Lorraine Botha. Behind Member Botha is Member Kama. And behind me is Member Bosman. You've interacted with Mr. Wasim Matthews, who is our procedural officer. In terms of today, let me again state, thank you that you have availed yourself. We are a multi-party committee, and our task is to interview all the potential candidates, to then deliberate and make recommendations to the minister and to the department. We have a set of questions. Each member will ask one question. You have 3 minutes to answer one question. Afterwards, there may be potential follow-up questions or question regarding any clarity. Thereafter, we will then afford you any closing remarks. So we will jump straight into it. I trust that you are comfortable. I'm glad to hear. So I'll note Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, Mr. Leroux. My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
All right. So the Liquor Authority regulates the retail sale and micro manufacturing of liquor in the province. So it's everything around that. You know, that's the kind of, and then I guess there's a vision and a mission and core values as well. I can go through those as well, but I'll essentially be reading from my research here. But if you'd like me to expand, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I think you may. I think the chair might have indicated that you have 3 minutes to answer.
All right. No, then I will. So I think the Liquor Act is responsible just to kind of, in the interest of the public, optimally regulate the liquor industry. I think also to take a lead in ensuring that alcohol-related harms are reduced. And I think, you know, one of the visions of the Liquor Authority as such is to actually be seen to be kind of the leading, leading the fight against alcohol reduction in the Western Cape. And that kind of also is looking to lead and promote the role of the public. And I'd be quite interested to hear how one does that, because, you know, the role of the public, getting the public engaged is always very challenging. So how does one go about that? And then I think, you know, ensuring that the resources are effectively utilized and to, I guess, optimally manage retail of alcohol with the focus on reducing harm. And then, of course, a lot of that is around licensing of liquor outlets and managing that process, and then also ensuring enforcement of the requirements and ensuring that people are adhering to the conditions of the liquor license. Yeah, so I think, yeah, that would probably be how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I note Member Botha.
Mr. Leroux, good morning. I'm just checking with you, what skills and knowledge would you bring if you are appointed to the board, and what would your value add be to the board?
Okay, so I think just around the skills and knowledge, I have worked in the alcohol industry, so I've got a very good insight into you know, the actual industry, especially at a strategic level, at a corporate level, and also, you know, having worked at SA Breweries, my key responsibility was I was a subject matter expert on excise and excise duties. It was my responsibility. You know, I think at about in 2010, Minister Gordon at the time said that he was investigating whether to raise alcohol excise duties. So I investigated, you know, the reasons for beer, international benchmarks, understanding the wine industry as a competitor, and then also the liquor industry as a competitor. And it was also my job then to investigate and understand the best ways to combat alcohol harms reduction. To be honest, I was a bit disappointed at our leadership's response to that. I felt the SA Breweries could have done a lot more. And, you know, I think unfortunately, the liquor industry sees engagement and trying to reduce harm as a necessary evil in their mind. You know, if there wasn't public relations to be had, I don't think they'd be doing much about it. So I think from that point of view, I've got, I think excise and pricing and minimum pricing, which are all in the white paper, are key areas where one can actually reduce harm. So having knowledge in that area, I think, should be helpful. And in the last couple of years, I've been working for the D.G. Murray Trust, which is South Africa's largest private foundation, and trying to investigate. So I've actually lobbied them to get more and more involved in actually alcohol harms reduction. As a result, we worked with the Premier's office, funding, work around price elasticities in the Western Cape. What would happen if you put up prices on alcohol? And we also funded an intervention around brief interventions in Khayelitsha through community health workers and mentor mothers in Khayelitsha, and that has been very successful. So I continue to be involved in helping to train the mentor mothers that go out, and they're reaching up to 50,000 households, and each household, you know, has got several members there. So it's been a very cost-effective intervention. So I feel I understand the liquor industry, I understand the issues in South Africa, and I've got a good knowledge of how to address those issues. And then I think also as a experienced corporate strategist and management consultants, you know, developing strategy and also implementing that strategy is a core strength of mine. So I hope that with my, I guess, work history and those skills and my knowledge of the industry, I would be able to add value to the board in actually addressing alcohol harms. You know, while also understanding the industry, although I'm not very sympathetic to the contribution of the industry, because the industry contributes X and the damage the industry causes is 5X. You know, so even if you take in all the multiplier effects, I'm very familiar with the industry's arguments. I compile them. I know what the weaknesses are, and I'm a bit concerned about the money industry spending versus to promote alcohol versus the funds available to address the harms of alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Bosman.
Thank you very much. Your last answer segues really nicely into what I'm going to ask, which specifically looks at how do we balance the impact of harms reduction activities that the Western Cape Liquor Authority does versus not harming the economy and especially all the related industries that actually helps to contribute to the GDP of the province. So what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has to play, and also making sure that it doesn't decimate the industry completely and leaving many people unemployed?
All right, so I think the short answer is around if we were to ban alcohol, net, the Western Cape would be better off, never mind the losses of jobs, etc., etc. I think the issue with that is it is potentially unrealistic. Also, I guess one's opinion is what is the role of government? Is it government's role, and you know, nanny state, and should government manage every aspect of people's lives and tell them what they can and can't do? So I think that's the short answer. The longer answer is I think there are a significant number of steps that can be taken to reduce alcohol-related harm without significantly impacting on the alcohol economy and its contribution to the Western Cape. So, you know, when excise duties, for example, pushes up the price of alcohol, and then they might have fewer sales, you know, one's never going to fully be able to recuperate the cost through excise and taxes without alcohol becoming totally unaffordable. But, you know, for example, if you could raise excise duties just in the Western Cape and ring fence those funds, I calculated if you raised excise duties by 10% in the Western Cape, you'd have a pot of 300 million rand. And I think you could halve the negative impact of alcohol in the Western Cape with that pot of 300 million rand. The problem is there's a lot of people going to be fighting for that pot. That's obviously the challenge, and ring fencing funds is obviously the challenge. So, the WHO has got many areas that you can address to reduce harms. I think the one, the area that industry is worried about and the economy might worry about is obviously advertising and banning advertising. So what is the impact of that? How effective will it really be? But I think, improving the regulation of unlicensed outlets and then managing those unlicensed outlets could be have a significant impact. Doing brief interventions and changing people's behavior can have a significant impact without harming the industry. So, without reducing the net amount of alcohol consumed, I think you might only have to reduce that ever so slightly. It won't harm the industry, but if you could rather focus on changing people's behavior and addressing binge drinking and the negative impacts, around crime, the negative impact on roads. It's this when people binge drink, which is a problem the main problem in South Africa, bad things happen. Our hospitals get overloaded, crime gets loaded, violence against women, violence against children. So I think if you can focus on a couple of initiatives, that's great. But one needs to get the funding going because, whenever you try something, the industry is spending 10 times as much money as any government body to come up with counter arguments, and they're good. Like I was preparing those arguments. We got, experts to counter any arguments from governments. So I think I'm getting close to my time, but I do think there's lots to be done. There are many levers that you can pull to not harm the industry, but quite frankly, if you harm the industry a little bit, the good you're going to be doing is going to outweigh that little bit of harm by a factor of 5 or 10.
Thank you so much. Mr. Leroux, my question is fairly straightforward. In terms of the responsibilities of the board and the important work that it does, would you be able to commit in terms of your time and meeting the requirements for meetings, etc., and the work of the board in line with what you are currently doing? And how would you speak to that?
So I'm not 100% familiar with the time requirements of the board at the moment. So but whether the requirement is 8 hours a week or 40 hours a week or more, I'm an independent consultant, so I can manage my time accordingly. So if the board needs me for 40 hours a week or 50 hours a week, I can make myself available for that time. It's, just preparing for this meeting, it's one of the few areas in life that I feel passionate about and get excited about, reducing alcohol-related harm. So it's the more I can work on it, the happier I am. So it excites me. As I mentioned, if you need me 8 hours a week, I can do it. If I need it for 40 plus hours a week, I can do that as well. There isn't, I've got a child on the way in February, so there might be a week or two where things are busy. But other than that, I am available and committed to commit the time that is required.
I should say congratulations is in order then. All of the best to is it the last term now of the last term?
We're approaching the final trimester. We're not quite there, but yes.
One day when I'm getting to that stage, I will know it's trimester. Sir, thank you so much for availing yourself. I will double check with the members if there's any question for clarity, any follow-up question. We are covered. Any closing remarks from your side?
My question is around, this is remarks or question? Can I ask a question? Okay, So I think, I won't repeat what I said already, but I think my question around is that how, committed is the province as such to addressing this and to ensuring that resources are available, and I guess as well that the political will is behind making changes. For example, if you wanted to do a provincial tax, that is challenging. You've got to get National Treasury approval. You've got to have real political will. It's a 6 to 8 year process to potentially have a ring-fenced provincial tax on alcohol. But, you know, you can do 10 different initiatives and you can reduce alcohol-related harms by 1%, 0.5%. I think the vision is, how do we reduce it by 25% and have a real impact? But that 25% you're only going to get when you have ring-fence funds. Not only, but probably that is the only chance, because then you are well funded and you can address things. So how committed is the province and is the political will to support the Western Cape Liquor Authority and the board to actually reduce alcohol? Because this problem's, it's like one of those problems we've not been able to solve. You know, the game changers in the Premier's office, ask them what's underperformed. It is the alcohol-related game changer one. You know, so we need to do something different if we want to tackle this. And are we going to do that?
Thank you so much. In terms of our role in holding the executive and the department to account, it's definitely what we are double checking and triple checking to ensure that there's value. And we will definitely do everything in our power as a multi-party committee. But we are delighted that you have applied. And as I stated earlier on, we will deliberate after our interviews. We will then submit recommendations, and communication will then be entered into with all the applicants from the department side. So once again, thank you so much, and may you have an amazing day forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. I just parked on the road on Wells Street. It was very lucky to find parking. Okay.
I'm glad you found parking.
I came early because I had to circle about before 10 times. You know, so.
Thank you so much. Mr. Malan, did you get parking, sir? Yes, when you speak, you will be able to, there's a button in front of you, the white one. Yes. And if it's flashing red during the answer and the interview, you will be able to press that button and then we will be able to hear you clearly. Once again, thank you for availing yourself and for being here. I'm Regan Allen. I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety with oversight over the department. Our role is to not only hold the department accountable, but also interview applicants and then deliberate and make recommendations to the department and to the minister on the most suitable applicants to serve on the Western Cape Liquor Authority. It is a multi-party committee. To my left, I have member Lorraine Botha. Behind member Botha is member Kama. And behind me is member Gillian Bosman. You've interacted with Mr. Wasim Matthews already, who is our procedural officer. There's going to be 4 questions. You have 3 minutes to answer each question. Thereafter, there may be a potential follow-up or a question regarding any clarity that is needed. We will then at the end provide you an opportunity for any closing remarks. Is everything clear? So we will dig in right ahead. Thank you so much. It is now 11:30, and I note Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Malan. My question is, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities for the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Ndiyabulela kakhulu ngombuzo wakho, Mr. Kama. In going through the Act, you would find that the Act speaks very much to the responsibility of the WCLA in giving oversight to anything pertaining to liquor, of course, and this would obviously be oversight given with regards to the regulation of liquor licenses that are obviously given to liquor stores, but also the role that it has to play around the objectives that are within the WCLA, and those objectives are looking at the involvement in the liquor licensing, but also the reduction and the awareness around responsible drinking around the liquor. So within my understanding within it, is that it gives oversight over those various areas. And of course, the responsibilities thereof are obviously run through the board and the structure itself. And the structure gives leadership and coordinates itself around those functionalities, subject to any targets that the structure will also put in place that wants to meet around meeting the objectives that are there and set for the WCLA. Thank you. Do I switch off while someone speaks, or does it automatically switch off?
You switch off.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, sir. I'd like to know from you, what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed? And what would your value add be to the board?
Baie dankie vir die vraag. Is dit mevrou Botha? Baie dankie mevrou Botha. Ek dink wat belangrik is rondom daai vir my as 'n jong persoon, and I think when I was approached, I won't make secret thereof, I was approached by someone who works at the Legal Licensing Authority, and the young person says, look, you've got the potential, you are a young person, don't you want to go for this opportunity? I was like, okay, liquor, my word. And I was like, okay, over 25, has a drive, has a passion, speaks to developmental realities. If you would go back to my CV, you'd find that I do give you a brief history of where I come from. And I speak more so to the skills and knowledge that's based on project management, skills development, organizational development, and more and beyond that, it's also being involved in community work, being a young activist who's part of the community, not activism per se, but community developmental capacity building initiatives that are there to help build young people. And what draws me more to this is the fact that I've worked in substance abuse areas. I work in an organization where I take young people from their schools, I bring them into the organization from RCL structures. I was one of them, give them the needed capacity and training on leadership skills and how to combat the issue of substance abuse. So why then would it not be applicable, you know, and I thought about why then would it not work for me to then take this opportunity or the nomination? Because in that way, I come from an environment where I've done programs and initiatives that are perhaps not fully funded, but they run. And I've been a leader of an organization that is linked to the city of Cape Town, of course, and it's still currently running. And the resource is not much. So why not be able to take the opportunity, and God willingly, if I make it into the board, I'm able to bring about those ideas. I'm able to bring to the board fresh ideas. I'm able to bring to the board a young person who's also diverse, who speaks his Xhosa, English, Afrikaans, and is approachable to any of the objectives and targets set by the board that it wants to meet. More so importantly, around the one vision and objective of being involved, but also the objective of trying to play a part in reducing the abuse of alcohol and the use thereof and the harm there too. So I'll be bringing fresh ideas. I'll be bringing a young individual who's balanced, understanding the socioeconomic challenges young people face, but also a young person who can also say, look, I myself am also a drinker. I myself do attend a club here and there. I myself do interact with young people. So I can be your eyes and ears on the ground. I can give you the feedback. I can engage with you. I've worked in the club scene as a consultant because I also have event organizing skills. So I would organize an artist for a club. Part of that would also be me being I'm very much clear on the point of let's have the right age in the club. Let's get those ideas running. Let's do what we've done. But I believe it goes beyond that. It goes beyond the fact of saying, in as much as young people, let's say, for example, I'm a member of the board, we have a challenge on young people drinking. I would say to the board, look, board chair, young people have a problem. How do we then tap into that? And I would believe that I would be that asset to the board that taps into that area, that taps into that language barrier, that taps into the cultural difference, but also has an holistic understanding of what goes on within society and the province that I live in. Ek hoop dat antwoord u. Baie dankie.
Thank you so much. I note Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning. My question is linked to the management of the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the economy. So what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms reduction versus the role of the Western Cape Liquor Authority in also not harming the economy and also making sure that we've got a sustainable liquor industry, which is a key contributor to the GDP of this province?
Thank you so much for your question. Can I just get your surname again, the honourable members? Gillian, thank you so much. It's quite ironic, not ironic, or quite a coincidence, because I was reading through the policy, of course, and going through it. And the policy, indeed, in terms of problem solving and dealing with these matters, it looks at those two, because those two have a correlate, to me, those two have a correlative link to one another. How do we then play that pivotal part in introducing or eradicating the misuse and the harm linked to alcohol and all of those factors without ensuring that we bring a hindrance to the economy? Of course, you cannot shut all liquor stores down. I mean, we've seen the effects thereof even through COVID-19. Understanding that the objective of the national government and, of course, the provincial government is to ensure that we curb the spread of the virus. So what does one say about this? We have to then look at it. My understanding of it is that indeed we have to ensure that because those two are correlatively linked, we must ensure that one does not hinder the other. But we must also ensure that one speaks to the other. Because in both of them speaking to each other and being the WCLA, you're able to tick that box of meeting the objective that you want to achieve. So if I can give a practical example of it, if we know that in Worcester, ons weet in Worcester, jong mense, daar's geen geleenthede nie, daar's niks wat kan gedoen word nie. I would say that if you look at reducing the alcohol use, we should be able to have the WCLA be able to create programs and initiatives and link itself with various other departments so as to create something that will pull the attention of young people away. What do we then do in that case? In that case, we are dealing with the one leg. That is to ensure that there's less harm that is given as a rise of alcohol use and it must break daarvan. And what do we do then in turn? We are able to take, we may not change, if there's 50 young people in the community, we may not touch all 50, but we will be able to influence 20 or 30 thereof, which will later have a ripple effect and influence others. So what then happens there? We are able to save the GDP, we're able to save the economy. I don't want to sound like I'm a fiscal fundi when I say these words GDP, but I mean, we're able to save the economy and sustain it. Because in that way, we're not giving much effect in shutting down liquor stores, in closing them or impeding on them by saying, look, shut down for the next 2 days or 4 days. So what we're doing there is that we are trying to look at these two. One is important because within it, we have to reduce the harm that arises from alcohol, but we also have to acknowledge that it is bread and butter of some and many citizens in the country. But then we must also acknowledge that we have an economy that we have to sustain while we give effect to this one. So what alternative can we bring? And I think it goes back to you, honorable member, it goes back to that question you raised. What asset do I see myself in the board? This is exactly a practical example I'm giving you. If I have to be part of the board and an asset to it, I would say let's look at alternative means that do not need at times funding, that do not need at times that WCL is spending much money on it, but it simply needs us to be able to coexist and be cooperative with other departments in working with each other. Because in that way, we're able to then also give adherence to what the policy wants to achieve, and we're able to look at it not as a problem, but look at it as something that works, that is practical, and that gives change and brings about an effect. Conditions have changed. It's not no longer like back in the days. I'm still young, I'm 28 years old, but I mean, this is perhaps not when you were much younger, where there was discipline, there was reasonability around things. And it starts with a moral point. And that's where I think WCLA has to tap in. We have to tap into that moral sphere. Because in that moral sphere, that's where we say, okay, back then we would drink in our mom's yard. So agter sit en 'n drankie geniet. Ons sal nie buitekant rond ry en beklei en verkeerde gaan nie. Hoe kan ons gou daar indruk? Nou wat doen ons met daai? Ons aanvaar eerstens dat daar is 'n probleem en daar is wyn wat jong mense sal drink. Hoe dan kom ons in om jong mense te leer kyk die verantwoordelikheid is belangrik? And that's how I say to my 3 cousins who I've been raising. I always say to them, 3 cousins of mine, all our parents passed away. I always say to them, you want to smoke dacha, you want to drink, you want to do all of these things. Don't be fascinated by peer pressure. Your time will come. It may not be now. So I'm giving that example because we're going to have programs that can keep them busy and actively going. I think in order for us to really be able to deal with those 2 member Gillian, able to secure and ensure that those 2 are not hindered and they stay a link between each other, let's take the opportunity to broaden our minds. Let's think outside the box. We have the policy. The policy is very clear. However, to think out of the box does not mean that you are hindering the policy. It simply means that you're looking at what the policy wants to achieve economically, what it wants to achieve in the reduction of alcohol and the harms that arise there too. Let's then look at initiatives and programs that can help us die woord nou is uit my mond, but that can help us. Thank you so much, Member Gillian. I hope that answers you, Member Gillian.
Thank you so much. My tyd het nog nie gekom nie.
Okay, kom jy nou voorsitter.
Ek is te lig. Ek is te lig op petrol. But one question straightforward, in terms of the role of board members, would you be able to commit in terms of what you need to bring? Should you be appointed, considering your current role, and how would you speak to that?
I think sorry, I keep forgetting. My apologies. I think one key point that is important, and I want to make reference back to my CV once again. Coming from where I come from, my background, I've struggled, no parents, no nothing, and I've been a survivor. And I've come to realize now in the past 2 years with COVID also, and not being able to do much, I'm stagnating. I'm one of those people who works under pressure very well. Not only the pressure of working in the office and sitting with you with documentations and things that have to be done at deadlines, I'm talking about the pressure of being able to multitask. Multitask knowing I'm a law student currently at UWC. I'm part of an organizational youth development. I'm part of this structure and that structure. What I'd like to perhaps say to you, Chair, is that I would not put myself in a position that would perhaps hinder me also in progress, even in law studies or even anything, because my law studies remain paramount to me. And that is why any decision I make currently now, between now, I'm third year, I'm fourth year next year, between now and completion of my degree, is always based on Salik Ditak Kan Voltooi. And I believe I'll be able to achieve it. I'll believe I'll be able to work around it. Of course, we'll need some questions to be asked, which I may ask later, when does the board meet? How many times does the board meet? And knowing me, I'm the kind of person who does not like stagnating. I want to have programs, initiatives running. So many quadra as ek sê, die naweek is by die area nie, if I'm a board member, for example, volgende naweek is die area. However, I will be in an advantageous position to be able to say, let me organize it this way and that way, so it doesn't impede me. Because I don't think that as a chairperson who sits here listening to a young person who's vibrant, you'd want a young person to disregard his studies and just be, looking forward to a board appointment. No. But it's not only about that. It's about the fact that going into the board and wanting to be part of the board is about also me broadening that CV. Not only that, but it's also me taking the opportunities that come and being able to implement and plow what I've been taught as a young person growing up. And because of my career path and where I want to go to being an advocate, but more so being one who one day wants to end up in provincial parliament or national parliament, these things do matter. Because in that I have I don't only have the legislative understanding and the theory, but it's the practical application of the legislation, and the practicality thereof is clear. So for me, I will be able to play that part in that role. I'll be able to give what is needed to the board. As you can hear, my energy is quite high. It's not always easy to get it down. I'll be able to be consistent in whatever has to be achieved. But moreover, I'll be ethical. And what is ethics? If I cannot make it to a gathering or so, I cannot make it to a certain deadline or so, I cannot make it to a certain engagement that the board has, communicate with the chair of the board. Communicate with the deputy chair of the board. And as I pointed out in my CV, my extended skills CV, I raised that one sentence that I raised there. I said that I've served in various structures that are quite similar to a board, but they may not be a board. Leadership structures, held positions as chairpersons. Currently now I'm an SGB chairperson because of my younger cousin who I'm a guardian to. So I'd like to even use that as an example. My duties as the SGB chair are always met. They are always fulfilled. I have a great relation with my principal. I have a great relation with my SMT. I maintain that tripartite relationship with him in a very, very great way. So ek voel confident, voorsitter, om te kan sê, as ek ooit moes lieg, kan u maar die references bel en maar uitvind, as ek dit so kan stel. Maar ek sal die taak kan voltooi. En dit is ook afhangend wat die taak is. Ek dink moet eerlik wees, is afhangend wat die taak sal wees, En op die afhangendheid van daardie taak kan ek dan sê, kan dit maak, voorsitter? Ek kan dit nie maak, voorsitter. But I would not sit here, Chair, with you if I would not see myself be able to execute it and be party to such an opportunity. Because it would be one that is great and it would be one that's amazing. So all of the thought process going through it, it came quick. It was, I want to nominate you. But before replying, it took some time to think, some time to consider, some time to apply mind, and I think I've applied it quite well. But subject to you and the multi-party committee, sal 'n mens maar weet wat die toekoms voorlê. Thank you, Chairperson.
Ja, baie dankie. Ek moet koffie drink om deel van jou vibrancy te kry. But we have two members here behind me. That is two of the youngest members within the legislature.
Let's leave the age.
Yes, but two of the youngest members here as well. En ek hou van jou email, the address. Let's speak it into existence, but thank you.
The email address was made. I made it in matric here, so I made it honorable Milan. There was a reason. There's a dream.
No problem. Thank you so much for availing yourself. I will double check with members if there's any question for clarity. Any follow-up question, we are covered. Any closing remarks for 2 minutes?
If I may ask, Chair, is it really 2 minutes? Ik denk ik het zo vandaag gepraat, ik heb mezelf nog tijd gegeven. Maar oké, ik zal die 2 minuten vatten. Ik zal niet spelen. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Voorzitter, weer eens, I think Manbula na kuwe member kama di bula lelo tubaleni pelona wa antibela hapa ndizovavanyo kweli tubaleni lubanani. Ik denk ik show maar dat een beetje af en vele te wijs als ik ooit een board member moet wees, I'll be able to tap in those spaces and elsewhere. More than anything else, I think I've covered majority of what could be covered. I believe that my extended skills CV as put and as given to you, it tells a story. It doesn't just say what it says. It tells you where I come from. It tells you the upbringing. I mean, even me, myself, I am a son of a woman who herself did much in community development, did much in trade unionism, fought for the rights of workers in the working class structures, led a march of 160,000 people here at Civic Building the year 1996. So, I mean, it is within the blood, and it is there. What is important is that you be assured, if I have to be appointed in this board, I am a young person who mirrors what others go through. I am a young person who learns from others. I am a young person who's open to learning. I am a young person who's open to engaging. I believe in diversity, because in diversity, I'm able to engage with you and break the barriers. And that is why it's always important, even if I'm not Muslim, I must be able to greet at least, to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, so that they can feel comfortable and know, okay, here's someone we can talk to. So I'm more approachable than anything else. I'm young, I'm vibrant, I could serve as a great asset to the board. Whether in God's will it means I'm in or not, I'm in next year, or whether I'm still in another term or so, it's all about what can be given. I'm making that example, not because I'm preempting, but because I'm trying to say that's the potential of person I am as an asset that you will not regret if it has to get to that stage. I'm willing to, and I'm able to have problem-solving skills that are quite great. I'm able to resolve a matter. Not with anger, not with upset, but to resolve matters, understanding that there's a role to play for the objectives of this institutional body. So let us try to ensure that what is done has to be done. And more than anything else, I'm knowledgeable. I take the time out to understand things, and I take the time out to seek the needed clarity. To most het my sien, ek is geleerd, ek het grade, ek het alles, het gaan nie oor grade, ek sê altyd, het gaan net oor lees. Lees om te verstaan en lees om te implementeer. En ek dink ek het baie geleer. I've made my mistakes when I was younger. I still do make mistakes, and I'm still always willing to be corrected constructively and to be told, Malan, hier, daar, hier, so en so aan is. So ek wil graag sê, het sal vir my 'n goeie geleentheid wees, maar het sal meer 'n goeie geleentheid vir julle ook wees. Ek glo vry. Living in the conditions we live in the Western Province, with the barriers that we have, it's not always easy to approach different environments, different communities. I am that asset. I've been on the ground. I'm still on the ground. I'm still involved. I'm still there. And I would believe that I would be much of an asset to the extent that you would be proud of being able to have a young person like me to be part of that process. All I can be thankful for to God is that I managed to talk slowly today and talk with calm because I normally talk fast. So let me thank you, Chairperson. That is my closing remark on it.
I'm delighted that you have applied. The process in terms of what we need to do is that we are engaging a number of applicants. Thereafter, the committee will deliberate. We will then submit our recommendations to the minister and to the department, whereafter communication will be entered into with all the applicants. But on behalf of the committee, thank you. Like I said, I'm not sure if this makes sense. So my first email was Regan, MP, also in matric. But the MP stood for Mitchell's Plain. So, but ek is van die plein. So, but okay, die Here werk in mysterious ways. But thank you so much for being here. Members, we are concluding. Mr. Malan, we appreciate it. May you have a good day further en alles wat mooi is. Behind member Botha is member Kama, and behind myself is member Bosman. You have interacted with Mr. Wasim Matthews, who is our procedural officer. We also have Mary Ann Burgess, who is our assistant procedural officer, next to Mr. Wasim Matthews. We are going to ask a set of questions. It will be 4 questions. You have 3 minutes to answer each question. Thereafter, there may be a potential follow-up question or a question regarding any clarity that is needed. At the end, we will afford you 2 to 3 minutes to make any closing remarks. So we will dig in right away. Are you comfortable? You are ready. Once again, thank you for being here. I will now note member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Tawe. What, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Basically, for starters, I think it is the management process. The management process being the application process, the approval and the decline process. After that, then being the monitoring of the licensed. And then after that will be the social responsibility. Then talking about issues of alcohol abuse, issues of GBV, gender-based violence, and then how does the board relate to those issues in terms of managing the licensed outlets, and also at the same time managing or working very hard in reduction of the unlicensed, and at the same time trying to identify loopholes, if there are any, in licensing the unlicensed outlets. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tawe. I now note member Botha.
Good morning, Mr. Tawe. What skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed? And what would your value add be to the board?
Thank you. Firstly, I think Michael is a business person. The reason I say that is because I used to incorporate. That was business banking at Standard Bank for plus minus 15 years. I stayed a lot with business people. So I understand the challenges that are there from their side. By that I mean that the business people from you talk about your Kailija areas, Laguna areas, Mitchell's Plain areas. I would say take Cape Flats, because that's where I was a business manager and my small enterprises manager. So I think my value add will be to understand the market, especially the Cape Flats market, as to exactly what are the challenges that the licensed outlets are facing, and what are the challenges that the unlicensed outlets that are facing, and how do we try and accommodate those who are struggling in terms of application processes, etc., to get them included in the process of getting approved to be licensed. Yeah, in terms of the skills, I would say business management skills, because after I left, I went and opened my own petrol station, an engine, and then after that, I'm busy now with the Caltex. Approved, we're opening in December. So basically is to try and say, how do we, try and be inclusive in our processes. Sorry, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that I heard Laguna. That was the first constituency that I was appointed to. But I now note member Bosman.
And maybe that's also the first constituency I was appointed to. Thank you very much for availing yourself, Mr. Tawe. You briefly alluded to the risks associated with alcohol in specific communities. And what I'd like to know is, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role of the Western Cape Liquor Authority in growing the economy? Because we have to be honest that alcohol has an effect on the GDP of the province, because it employs many people. and it's an industry that provides many jobs. So what would you say needs to be the balance that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has to place on its work on reducing the risks of alcohol versus not killing the jobs that the alcohol industry creates?
Yeah, I was asked by a colleague, why do you want to join the board? And I said, alcohol industry plays a big role, especially in Western Cape, that we can't go away from. However, there's too many risks associated with it. So which means most probably the process, the approval and all of those things are done at another central place. However, the activities are taking place in other places. For example, I'm a resident of Khayelitsha, and I know exactly what is happening in the townships. So I think the best one for me, I would come in with, is the integral role of the neighborhood watches that we have in terms of managing, monitoring, at the same time, the licensed outlets to make sure that the rules that are put, the regulations that are put are adhered to. There's a lot of issues that we will talk about. In terms of gender-based violence, we know for a fact that alcohol plays a big role. In terms of crime that we face in townships, we know that alcohol plays a big role. So it is very critical that the security cluster, that is for me, I'll be honest enough, is the neighborhood watch. Because what you do then, if you involve the neighborhood watches, and then you start creating opportunities for the unemployed so that they become part of managing and monitoring in their own communities. Because if we are going to try and manage these risks, these all the negative connotations at a higher level and not being part of the grassroots level, then I think we are missing the point. So I think for me, I've gone as far as, because when I got into Nyanga engine, it was bad, too much crime. They even dropped my wife in front of me. But I said, there must be a solution. And I'm not going to hire a company, your so-called security company, to come and work in Nyanga. That I'll never do. What did I do? I said, neighborhood watch, let's work together. I will pay you the money that I was going to pay the security company from outside. So we're creating jobs. At the same time, the neighborhood watch members know all the criminals. So all of a sudden, you are friends with criminals because what you have done is you've added value to people's lives. So I say, for me, the role of the police can come, but the police don't know the criminals. But if you involve and have a big role to play in the neighborhood watches, because these are the children we grew up with, you know what I'm saying? So if they play that security role, as a result, I'm busy trying to apply to open a shop now, something that they said it will never happen. I said, they say, I will never employ another security company to come and work in Nyanga. What I will do, I will get the neighborhood watch unemployed people of Nyanga with their bicycles to come and guard my place. So my passion is in development of our people, because if we don't, it's a time bomb. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My question will be straightforward. In terms of the role of the board and the commitment, what would be your commitment? Would you be able to commit in terms of what you are currently doing and in line with if you are appointed? Would you be able to put the time aside, etc., if you can speak to that, sir?
So, if you don't mind, I'll refer to something. So when I got into a bank environment, I was told that taxes cannot be approved finance. And I said, why, man? And they said to me, no, we don't know. And I said, are you serious? So I said, okay, then I'll take a taxi application for record data and submit it. Then I submitted, it was approved. Oh, sorry, it was not approved because the other guy on the other hand didn't have a clue of what we was dealing with. So I spoke to him on the phone, I explained the process, and then after looking at the process, the deal was approved. So what I'm trying to say is that I am very passionate about everything that I do. One. So it will go as far as even going to the to find firstly the process itself, to try and identify why is it that we've got so many illegal outlets. Are they failing because they can't meet the minimum requirements? And what do we do to make sure that they come. Because, because the challenge is that for as long as they keep on failing on the process, on the application processes, they'll keep on operating as illegal, and they will never add value to either the economy or job creation or poverty alleviation. So basically what I'm trying to say is my commitment is 100%, and my commitment goes further than the board itself, but it goes to understanding the processes where if I try to apply for a license, what is the process? What happens at the office when I get there? Is there someone waiting for me? Is there someone who's able to explain this thing in layman terms, the processes that I need to go through? Because what I recently tried to do was a friend, township person, comes to me, Puti, I want to apply for a license of liquor. Then I said, let's look at the processes. And when I looked at the processes, you need to consult an attorney. And I found this attorney myself. I'm like, Chief, so this lady wants to open. No, this lady can't open, but to start the process, a deposit of 15,000. I'm like, are we being serious here? So how do our people then come to the market, to the mainstream, and play a role also in job creation? So meaning then this lady will operate as an illegal outlet because the system is built that she can't make it. So those are the issues I think I'll come with to say maybe let us look at our systems. If we need to amend them, let's amend them. If not, not. But at the same time, then we need to know what role are we trying to play in building a better society for the next generation. So that's it, well, yeah. That's me, because, yeah, that's my commitment. Yeah. Usually, my wife was asking me, I'm saying to her, you know what? I'm not in this thing for money. You don't understand. Whether I get paid or I don't care. The point is we need to start adding value in our communities. And it cannot be that our people and in our townships, all of them celebrate criminals because that's the only thing that they know as successful. We need to start celebrating, if it means a tavern owner who has made it and opened 10 taverns, you know what I'm saying? Or a wholesaler, a black wholesaler who has made it, a colored, a white, within the location. You know what I'm saying? So that's me in a nutshell. Yeah.
Mr. Tawe, you've incorporated your closing remarks, but I'll still afford you an opportunity to say any closing remarks. But I just need to double check. Is there any question for clarity? Any follow-up question? We are covered. Sir, I love the passion. Is there anything that you want to close with?
No, I think, yeah. It will be a great opportunity for me to be part of the board. Like I just told you, the passion that I have, you don't get this passion through reading books or reports and stuff like that. You get this passion by observing poverty and seeing the negative consequences of alcohol, and then at the same time seeing opportunities as to, if we formalize this industry, what opportunities are there? The other day, I stay in Khayelitsha. I pass by a liquor place. People are queuing, looking for jobs. And I'm saying, why is this board not involved with the sitters to say, let's get even if it's 1,000 youths to go and learn some skills within the the entertainment industry? Because I think if we get our hands dirty, really dirty, by that I mean getting involved and saying, okay, these are the licensed, then all of these must be able to hire one person or put someone through some sort of learnership. At least we are reducing the problem of crime. At least we are reducing a lot of the social ills that we've got. So my passion goes deeper than, like I said to you, reading reports and stuff like that. I'm not good in that state, but I'm good with people in going to them and asking them, what is the problem with the liquor board? You know, and then the people tell you on the ground that these are the problems, and then we try and resolve those issues. Sorry.
Mr. Tawe, thank you so much also for your indulgence in seeing us earlier as per the schedule. We do appreciate it. As I said in my opening remarks, the committee will see a number of applicants. We will then deliberate. whereafter we will then make recommendations and the department will make contact. So thank you so much, and we wish you all of the best. May you go well. Thank you, sir. Members, you may remove your mask. I am Regan Allen, and I am the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety. To my left, I have member Lorraine Botha. Behind member Botha is member Kama, and behind me is member Bosman. You've interacted with our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews. As the multi-party committee, we have oversight over the Department of Community Safety, but part of our role is also in terms of the oversight over the Western Cape Liquor Authority. And part of that process is where we interview potential candidates, we deliberate, and then we will make recommendations. Firstly, thank you for putting your name forward and for applying. It is highly appreciated, and I trust that you are comfortable. You can remove the jacket even if you wish to. You can remove the jacket. Yes, member Botha is giving you a bottle of water. Thank you for also raising the issue with regard to the parking. It is definitely something that the committee will look into to make it more, to make your life a little bit easier. As I stated, we will be interviewing you for the reasons for your application to serve as a board member on the Western Cape Liquor Authority. We will ask we will ask 4 questions. You have 3 minutes to answer 1 question. Thereafter, there may be a potential follow-up question or a question if any clarity is needed. But at the end of the interview, we will afford you closing remarks if you wish to make any, but we will dig right in. Are you ready? I note member Kama.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Maruta. My question is, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Thank you for the question. According to my knowledge and to what I've seen on your website, the Liquor Board is responsible to manage the sales to the retail and the manufacturers, and also to reduce the harm that is related to alcohol as well.
Thank you so much. I'll note member Botha.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to know from you, what skills and knowledge would you bring if you are appointed to the board, and what would your value added be?
Thank you for the question. I would bring stability. I would also bring a lot of interaction. I'm a young person and I live in an area where alcohol abuse is very high. And I think to what I'm experiencing on a daily basis, to what alcohol is doing in our communities, I have the experience, I have the upfront knowledge as to what it does to young people, to within our communities, and to families as well. So with my knowledge, I think I can bring as much information as I can in order to help reduce the harm that alcohol does in our communities as well.
Thank you so much. I note member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon. Following on from the answer you just gave around the harms of alcohol, what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role of the Western Cape Liquor Authority in growing the economy and making sure that alcohol is sold in a responsible manner? Because as we know, the liquor industry is a massive contributor to the GDP of this province, and it creates a lot of jobs. So if you are a member of the board, how would you balance the interest of reducing the harms versus the interest of protecting jobs and protecting the contribution of the alcohol industry to the economy of the Western Cape.
As much as it contributes to the GDP, but I think also the responsibility is very needed in terms of reducing what it does to the young people, because what I've experienced is when it comes to selling alcohol, the controls that are out there, I don't feel like they are managed in a manner where they should be. Because as it says that 18 is the legal age whereby a person can be sold alcohol. But at most premises, that is not being followed. And I don't think many people are realizing the harm that it does to young people and especially children, because you've got people that are selling, that are sending kids to buy alcohol, and you've got owners or retailers, if I may put it, that are still allowing them. So I don't, as much as I understand what it does in terms of the GDP, but again, the responsibility as well and the accountability needs to be managed properly as well.
Thank you so much. In terms of my question and the last question before we ask any clarity or follow-up questions, the responsibilities, should you be appointed to a board, would you be able to commit, considering your current role, what is currently keeping you busy, and if you can speak to that? Thank you.
Yes, I do think that I will be able to commit. First of all, my job as a, if you have seen on my interview, within the insurance industry, and as much as I love what I do, but I think also as a citizen, I have a responsibility to also add to what our communities are experiencing and how the alcohol is regulated within our communities as well. So yes, I think I would like to fulfill that responsibility as well.
Thank you so much. Members, is there any follow-up question or any question for clarity? We are covered. Is there any closing remarks from your side?
My closing remarks will be, I've looked at the reviews, I've looked at the entire information that I could find at my disposal. And I'm just concerned about this because it gives a bad, in my view, it gives a bad view of how the industry is regulated, because I've seen a lot of people that say they are calling to get information within the liquor authority, but no information is given to them. And secondly, the follow-up and the answers on the website, they are not giving much full view of what really it does. Because I would make an example. A person has written on your review as to this is how I wanted to interact, but the answer that was given was not to my satisfaction, because many people would have loved to get such information. So it was kind of limited. So I would think if that can be looked at in terms of how the communities and how the interactions are within the liquor authority and the people that are using alcohol and the people that are seeking information related to their licenses as well.
Of your comment, and I'll be emailing the CEO just to get her views on the website information regarding the question and answers. So thank you so much for that. We appreciate that you have put your name forward and that you honored your time in terms of the interview. So once again, thank you for being here. As I stated previously, we will conduct a number of interviews during the course of today. We will then deliberate and then make recommendations, and the department will then make contact with all the applicants. Thank you once again on behalf of the committee for availing yourself.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys.
No, it's a pleasure. is safety. Part of that mandate is also our oversight role in terms of the Western Cape Liquor Authority, which brings us to today, where...
Chairperson, before you continue, I don't think we're online. I don't think the Chambers is connected to Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, if you press the white button.
Great, thank you.
Potential candidates applied for the vacancies within the board. As such, we will be interviewing a number of candidates, but also then deliberating and making recommendations to the minister and to the department. On behalf of the committee, thank you for being here. It is a multi-party committee. To my left, we have Member Lorraine Botha. Behind Member Botha, we have Member Kama. And behind me, we have Member Bosman. You've interacted with our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews, and Mary Ann Burgess is also here to assist. We will be asking a set of questions. Each member will ask one question. You have 3 minutes to answer. Thereafter, we will have a round, if it's needed, for any follow-up question or any question where we're seeking clarity. Thereafter, we will allow you closing remarks. So we will dig in right ahead. Are you comfortable? Okay. I see you may...
All good, thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Fowlis. My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
As far as I understand the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Board, it really is oversight over retail and micro manufacturing and all the associated legislation that goes with that. So that would include, for example, as I understand it, a big area is the granting of liquor licenses and the monitoring and management of those liquor licenses. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Member Lorraine Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Fowlis. What skills and knowledge would you bring should you be appointed to the board? And what would your value add be to the board?
I've worked in the development sector and civil society for the last 20 years and have been particularly concerned around issues of social and economic justice. And in the last years, in my work at the DG Murray Trust, we started to focus on alcohol harms. And for me, that was a big revelation to really understand the extent to which alcohol impacts so much of the work that we're trying to do in South Africa and particularly undermines so much of the good work we're doing. So I bring, having worked at the DGMT on alcohol harms reduction for the last 2 years, partly in a partnership with the Western Cape Government and the Department of the Premier. So I bring quite a good understanding of the policy and legislation work because we did some work on that, as well as community level interventions. We were involved in a number of community level interventions and some public communications and advocacy work. I also, through my experience at the DGMT, have learned a lot about how to do good governance, to prepare for our annual board meetings, not annual, quarterly board meetings, and are used to both producing and reading through quite a lot of documentation in relation to that. Yeah.
I now note Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon. I'm just listening to what you've said specifically around alcohol harms reduction. What are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role that the Western Cape Liquor Authority needs to play in ensuring that the industry is sustainable as well? Because the liquor industry in the Western Cape, it's a massive contributor to jobs and GDP. So how do we create the balance between protecting communities against the harms versus also protecting livelihoods?
Yeah, I think that's the real issue. I think that's the line that we've got to constantly be walking. One of the things that we looked at DGMT was, for example, the introduction of minimum unit pricing. And for me, that's an interesting possible intervention because it potentially has economic benefits for the industry itself. So we've done some modeling which shows that by increasing the minimum retail price, it can give significant increases to the industry itself. And at the same time, based on some of the modeling we've done around price elasticity, can show how it significantly reduces purchasing in volume and therefore the related consumption. So the reduction in volume is offset by the higher prices and in some ways is a win-win situation. So I think we've got to be looking for those kinds of responses, but without allowing the industry to get off too lightly. I think there is a lot of the work that we have done shows that the costs to the economy outweigh some of the benefits. So we really need to, and sure, we need to always be collecting data on that to be really clear about our figures. But I think we've got to look at a good legislative environment to support that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My question would be, in understanding the role and the responsibilities, should you be appointed as a board member, and considering what you are currently doing, would you be able to commit in terms of the role should you be appointed, and how does that speak to your current role and what is currently keeping you busy, if you can speak to that?
Sure. So it would be useful to hear a little bit more about how much time is expected. My understanding is that there are quarterly meetings and then some preparation that needs to, and work that needs to happen in between. That feels manageable in light of the current workload I've got and responsibilities. As a freelancer, so I'm not working on a full-time basis, that does mean that there is a little bit more flexibility than I've had previously when I was in a full-time, very demanding job. So I'm used to managing quite complex, multiple responsibilities, so hopefully I'd be able to handle this one as well. Yeah.
The Act does allow for 4 quarterly meetings, and in conjunction with the chairperson, if there's any special meeting that needs to be convened. Thank you for your answers.
Sure.
I will ascertain from members if there's any follow-up question or any question for clarity. Are we covered? Is there any closing remarks from your side?
Well, I'd be interested to know what you see as the big priorities for the Western Cape Liquor Authority and particularly for the board. I mean, what are you prioritizing as focus areas for them in the upcoming year and years?
It won't be our role.
Yes, yes.
As things stand now, we have oversight.
Yes.
And in terms of our oversight role, we play a key role in appointing the members, and those members are then in line with Section 3 of the Act to meet the requirements. So I love the question that you asked. It won't be for us to ultimately answer.
Okay.
That will be in the annual performance plan.
Okay.
But thank you for the question. And as I stated previously, we deliberate, we interview potential candidates, and then we make a recommendation. So on behalf of the committee, thank you so much that you have availed yourself
Thank you.
And that you have taken the time to be here in person, considering COVID and the year. We highly appreciate it.
Thank you too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Provincial Parliament. Our mandate is oversight over the Department of Community Safety, which is also, we are also responsible for its entities, which include the Western Cape Liquor Authority. It's a multi-party committee. As Regan Allen, the chairperson, to my left, we have member Lorraine Botha. Behind member Lorraine Botha, we have member Kama. And behind me, we have member Gillian Bosman.
Please.
You've interacted with our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews. We will ask a set of questions. There will be 4 questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Thereafter, there may be a follow-up question or a question regarding any clarity that is needed. At the end, we will afford you the opportunity to make closing remarks. So we will dig in right from the onset. Are you comfortable? Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you that you are here.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Velamse.
Good afternoon.
My question would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Just repeat that question.
So what I'm trying to get to is the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board according to what the Liquor Act says. Thanks.
Yeah, according to my knowledge is that that they got to obey to the law, the licensee, and just stick up with the law that has been put out, and that is stated in according to the regulation of it.
so much. I note Member Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon, Mr. Willem, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to know from you, what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed to the board? And what would your value add be to the board?
Yes, ma'am. I've been as a detective for 29 years in the South African police, doing all type of investigations, and my last few years was with the commercial branch. That's where I finished up. And I think with my knowledge, and I'm still doing investigations in my private capacity. And with my knowledge, I think that and with my experience, I think that I can bring a lot to the board.
Thank you so much. I note Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Willem, sir.
Good afternoon.
The question I have, the Liquor Authority plays an important role in terms of regulating the sale and manufacturing of alcohol, and has a big responsibility in terms of reducing the harm that alcohol has on communities. What are your thoughts on how the Liquor Authority goes about managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role it plays in regulating the industry? Because the industry is a big job creator, and it has a massive contribution to the Western Cape GDP. So how would you see the Liquor Authority playing that role in terms of balancing those two competing priorities?
Yeah, firstly, sir, I'm actually, what I've heard last night from our president, opening the liquor times back to normal, I think that I am not actually a drinker, so it doesn't bother me if the bottle stores are open or not open. But I think what they should have done is to keep as is and to limit the alcohol sales to some people that actually abuses liquor and that can't take a drink. That what I mean by that is that the liquor is more than what he is or the person is, because sometimes you get the people that open a bottle and they throw the top away because that bottle must be finished tonight. And I think if it was from me, I would have kept the times as is at 5 o'clock and until on Friday, and not on a weekend, because over the weekend is actually the coming out of the police force. That was, like we used to call it, that was their playing times over weekend, national party. We used to call it over weekends for some people. I would say is, yes, liquor is playing a big role in the community at the moment, and I don't think there's anything that will stop it. Because the bottle stores, the beans are open, and you can get it all over. That's freely available for anybody overnight, 24 hours. So I think that the liquor board should be stricter with issuing licenses to beans, that we can that the people can have more control over that. And I mean, if I live in Durbanville, if I take in Versanderkraal, every second hour is a bean in Versanderkraal. So I think that they should be stricter on issuing licenses for in general.
Thank you so much. The potentially last question, in terms of your current role and also the role of a board member, should you be appointed, would you be able to commit in order to work with the board and to commit your time? And if you can speak to the two, please.
Yes, I can. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that directness. We appreciate it, members. Is there any follow-up question for clarity? We are covered. Is there any closing remarks from your side?
No, not actually. Just that I'm thankful for the privilege because I, being in my, if I call it my church, my faith, I'm very involved with the community and with youth. And I stepped down from that after being 20 years a youth leader. So in my denomination. So I know where they go to. You understand? And that's why I say I think that I can be a great success if I can or will be on the board.
On behalf of the committee, we appreciate that you've taken the time to apply and that you've availed yourself. As I stated previously, we deliberate on all the potential candidates. We will then make recommendations and you will receive communication from the department. But once again, thank you so much for availing yourself.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have an oversight role over the Department of Community Safety and by extension over the Western Cape Liquor Authority. We are a multi-party committee and to my left I have member Lorraine Botha. Behind member Botha we have member Kama and behind myself we have member Gillian Bosman. You've interacted with our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews. We will ask a set of questions. There will be 4 questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Afterwards, there may be a follow-up or a question regarding clarity that is needed. Thereafter, we will allow you to make any closing remarks. So we will dig in right from the get-go. Are you comfortable, sir? Here we go. So, Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Miller. What, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
According to the board, there is certain responsibilities which include attending meetings, and not just attending meetings, but participating in meetings. There's also additional responsibilities which the Act can define for you, as well as the relevant legislator.
Thank you so much. I note Member Botha.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. I'd like to know from you what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed to this board? And what would your value add be to the board?
Well, skills, honesty, determination, perseverance, the fact that I have attention to detail. What I can bring to the board is my experience that I have interacting with the public successfully, I might add. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon. What are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms and the impact that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has on protecting the alcohol as a contributor to the economy? So part of what the Western Cape Liquor Authority does is it needs to look at the impact that alcohol has on communities in terms of creating harms, but it also needs to balance that with protecting the alcohol industry as a whole. So what do you think the balance needs to be?
If I had the honest answer to that particular question, I would probably make a lot of money. I think we all are seeking for that particular balance. But in my understanding, alcohol just tear up communities, tear up homes, tear up whatever. Sometimes it's in its way. Regarding the balance that the Western Cape have, there is a lot of people working in the liquor industry, and then because they can, with policy and regulations, they can actually find a balance that can help us clear or just to find a balance.
Thank you so much. I'll ask potentially the last question. You are active in the community. You currently have your role within the company. Should you be appointed to the board, would you be able to commit the time in order to fulfill your duties? And if you can speak to the two. Thank you.
Yes, I'm currently involved in neighborhood structures, currently involved in safety forum, as well as my full-time job. So finding time for the liquor board wouldn't be a problem. I just, on my CV, you will see I am in the security industry. I've recently purchased a franchise for which we basically assist people clearing their names and stuff, but I'm well flexible in that regard, since I'm a director of a company.
Thank you so much, members. Any follow-up question or question for clarity purposes? You are covered. Is there any closing remarks from your side? Anything that you want the committee to know? Departing words before we conclude?
Yeah, just regarding to the liquor, current liquor board, I see the annual budget is 42 million, and they currently seeking to be independent from and try to be sustain themselves. I'm uncertain of how that is possible with the current funding process that they follow. I know there was an increase that was approved, but I'm still struggling to see how they are profitable. Secondly, they're currently operating from the office of Sunbell, I believe, in Belleville, and it's a commercial property. So I believe they will probably pay prime for lease agreements and stuff. So I'm trying to understand why they're not in one of the government's departments, buildings, etc. like that. Currently, there is 8,790 valid liquor license holders. As we speak, they have the capacity to inspect 500 per annual. So I'm struggling to think how they manage to visit a licensed liquor outlet on the current method, because it's going to be every 5 or 6 years that they will basically visit a licensed liquor outlet. And the enforcement is just, for me, a bit impossible to do that. And the inspectors, they're already overloaded as we speak. So I'm trying to, in my mind, figure out how is it possible. Because remember, the liquor license holders, they know these guys only visit once every 5, 6 years. And that seems to me to be a problem just there.
we are delighted to hear that your head is in that space. So thank you for your honesty and for being here. We do appreciate it on behalf of the committee. Thank you for availing yourself and for being here in person, especially during a year that has been extremely tough for many people. So, Mr. Miller, thank you so much. As I stated, we will then deliberate, we will make recommendations, and communication will be entered into with all the applicants from the department side. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you very much, guys, and good luck for the day. Thank you. 5 minutes pause 3, and I'll note member Kama.
Chair, sorry, just for correction, do I switch this off every time? Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Prof. My question actually would be, what, according to the Liquor Act, are the responsibilities of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Kama. In my preparation for the interview today, I have familiarized myself with certainly most of the documentation, not all the contents and the details, but certainly to familiarize myself with how everything in what I would refer to as the ecosystem of the liquor in South Africa is being put together. What I did discover is that the annual report of the Western Cape Liquor Authority and many of the other reports that are being published are very clear on exactly what needs to be done. So there are a number of items there, and I can repeat them to you if I'm allowed to, but it is here, the values and the mission. But in essence, if one were to capture, it is to have some influence or a major influence in an industry that has a major socio-economic impact on the citizens of this province. And therefore, I see it as an important role of a board of this nature and stature to oversee the corporate governance that goes with that for the well-being of people, to act intelligently with all the stakeholders, and to see that there is compliance with the many requirements, laws, bylaws, ordinances, to see to it that the public of this province is protected against abuse of this, I wouldn't say substance, but this fluid.
Thank you so much. I now note member Botha.
Good afternoon, Professor Visser. I'd like to know what skills and knowledge would you bring to the board if you are appointed to this board, and what would your value add be to the board?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Botha. If I need to state upfront that I'm not an expert in the liquor trade. However, my angle and my approach to all of this, and why I was very interested in making myself available for this, is that I have had years of experience in dealing with the youth who are at risk. I have sat on many committees and many boards on ethics and on governance. So from a general perspective, in providing leadership, seeing to it that the vision and the mission and the values of an organization are being executed and complied with promptly, to see to it that the strategies and structures of that unit or board is being implemented according to the guidelines as what a board has, to oversee that the delegation to management is properly executed, and of course to be held accountable and responsible towards one's stakeholders. So if I can summarize, and sorry, I've forgotten about the time, is I bring a wealth of experience in general context on serving on boards, especially for groups that are vulnerable, and many of us in South Africa find ourselves in exactly that position. Thank you.
Professor, you are good for time. I will now note Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Professor.
Afternoon, Member Bosman.
As you know, the Western Cape Liquor Authority has a specific responsibility to look at how do we reduce alcohol harms, but it also has a responsibility to ensure that the economy of the Western Cape, especially the economy it relates to the contribution that the alcohol industry makes, which is a substantial part of the GDP, also has to be managed. So what are your thoughts on managing the risks associated with alcohol harms versus the role of the Western Cape Liquor Authority in in growing the economy and making sure that the one doesn't take precedence over the other in terms of people losing jobs in this industry?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Bosman. I can't say I suspect, I know that this is a balance that one needs to try and maintain. It is the balance where one needs to look at economic growth, but it also has to do with the social responsibility of a government, in this instance, the Western Cape Legislature, to see how one looks at the well-being of the people of the Western Cape against the demand for economic growth. And that in itself brings a lot of clashing ideas. And it's very important that one needs to navigate through all these challenges with great care. I know from experience in other situations that one needs to be very, very careful, that one needs to consult widely, because a board is not a dictatorship. It needs to listen to what individuals, stakeholders tell us, and then to find a happy medium. So, Member Bosman, on your question, there are many, many factors which have a social impact as a result of this industry, and therefore one needs to carefully guide and advise as a board on what we need to do so that, if one can call it groupings, which I hesitate to use those terms, is to see how best one can develop benefits for both the economy and for the social impact that this industry has. One needs to look at reports to understand that it is a major contributor to economic growth in terms of job creation, in terms of functions that are being completed. So the value chain and the supply chain is vast. But on the downside of all of this, one also sees the impact on households and individuals and towns and villages when there is no good control. And I think this is where the board of the Liquor Authority has a major, major role to play to see that it complies and tries and executes to the best of its ability the challenges which are being handed over for that board to execute.
Thank you so much, Professor. The last question from me, in terms of what you are currently doing, as well as in understanding the role, should you be appointed to the board, would you be able to commit not only to the workload, but in order to then serve on the board? But if you can speak to the two. Thank you.
Chair, can I just get the first part of your question? Thank you, Chair. A relatively easy question for me to answer. I retired from the university in 2018. I was then appointed by the council of the university as an extraordinary professor, where one could continue with one's research, but you have no other obligations. One of the things that I do have is that I am still the supervisor for 3 doctoral candidates
but I don't need to do anything other than being on Zoom or on Skype. So, and that's an hour a day if it were to be. So for my sins, I am not actively involved in any organization on a daily basis where I need to go to work, and therefore that I would not be able to fulfill my duties and requirements and responsibilities of an organization and a board as important as this. So to summarize on your question, I have no permanent position at this stage. I'm still healthy, not wealthy. And I still have, in my mind, major contributions to make. And therefore, I see this as an ideal opportunity, and I can comply with the requirements. And I've looked at the annual reports of the Liquor Authority, Western Cape Liquor Authority, and I could see the number of meetings and the different subcommittees that meet. And if I were to say yes, that's fine with me. I don't have anything that necessarily challenges that unless there are things at home, but work-wise or some interruption elsewhere, no, sir.
Thank you so much. Our procedural officer is a UWC graduate as well. Professor, I will double check with my colleagues if there's any follow-up questions or any clarity that is needed. Member Bosman. Thank you so much. Is there any closing remarks from your side, Professor?
Chair, thank you. I must say I walked in here slightly nervous, even at my ripe old age. And sometimes one experiences, and I've sat in on many such committee meetings of interviews, is the one when one looks at the person that comes in, one either sees some sense of insecurity or some form of arrogance. I could never be the latter one, the form of arrogance. So I do have anxiety, sure, and but now after having spoken, I can say that I feel comfortable. So I just wanted to say that I have no hidden agenda. What you see is what you get. I don't know where our secretary to this committee, which department or faculty he was. But people who know me from UWC understand who I am and what I am. I have experience which I would love to contribute. And it's not about anything else. It's just that I see that in the incredible work and the incredible challenges which is being put at the helm of the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and also at this government and its representatives and its members here, is that there are major challenges. I've worked with the youth, and I know that this is not only pertaining to the youth, but they are the people who are incredibly at risk. And in my job as former dean of running a faculty with 6,000 students, the risk factors there are not only alcohol related, but all the other challenges that are related. I would argue that I've done a good job there. So I think I can contribute from that perspective, together with all the other functions which are being described here, because these are the things that I have been doing in many of these committees. Thank you.
Professor, on behalf of the committee, thank you. We are honored to have interviewed you. I must say we do not take our task lightly, and we are a multi-party committee. After our interview stage, there will be deliberations, there will then be recommendations that will be made, and communication will be entered into with all the applicants. But once again, thank you so much for being here and for availing yourself.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members. It was an honor for me to engage with you, and I wish you all the very best in your deliberations. Thank you.